it's time to sit back and relax with your favorite drink. And listen. Beyond the 4 dimensions that man is aware of, there lies a mysterious 5th. It is a realm that is as big in size as the universe itself, and as timeless as eternity. It rests somewhere between the depths of man's worries and the pinnacle of his knowledge, and is the nexus between light and gloom, science and superstition. Tonight, we visit Serena, a woman who has spent her whole life in the city of Chicago, pleading for just one day of quiet. Well, as we know, you should be careful what you wish for. The Sound Eaters by X.R. Wood. Serena perched on the cushioned window seat with a long-forgotten cup of coffee clutched in both hands. It was a grey day, one in a long string of grey days that went back weeks, or months, who could remember. She set the white cup on the spotless sill. Moments later, a ripple rolled across the surface of the coffee. It was chased by another, and another. She ground her teeth. The whole apartment building vibrated with the sounds of life. Doors slammed into frames, music blasted into ears and boomed through bones. Children ran helter-skelter. Outside, car horns blasted, traffic hummed, and L trains clacked. Finding a moment of silence in Chicago was rare. It occurred only in the darkest hours of the night, and the fragile spell was easily broken by a hacking cough or a screaming baby. Serena tapped her fingers on the sill, adding to the ripples. She dwelled in the chaos of city life for most of her 50 years. She often imagined what it would be like to live alone somewhere so quiet she could hear her heartbeat, her breathing. Down the hall, a door slammed. A child yelled. Serena grabbed her coffee and gulped it. Her mouth twisted at the cold, bitter assault. She sighed, set the cup down again, and closed her eyes. At least the dog had been blessedly quiet today. Serena lived in apartment 1E, at the end of the hall near the stairs in an old 3-story brick building. In 1A, near the front entrance, lived an older man and a small brown dog that barked at everything and nothing. The dog barked the way a lonely human might talk to themselves just to hear their own voice. Across from the dog was 1B, which was home to a family of 5, or 10, or 20. So many people went in and out, it was impossible to know who lived there. And to top it off, a puzzling number of people would pass right by 1B and then ring every other doorbell in search of it. In 1C, next to 1A, lived a woman and her new baby, and a slightly older baby, and another one barely older than that. Serena was pretty sure the babies had worked out a schedule, so one of them was always crying. Across from 1C was 1D, home to 3 young men who each had different musical tastes. There wasn't a functioning pair of headphones among them. And above Serena was apartment 2E, which seemed to be occupied by an entire wrestling team plagued with insomnia. In actuality, 2 friendly elderly women lived there, each looking as if they couldn't weigh more than 100 pounds. And yet somehow they managed to set Serena's dining room lights swaying day and night. The doorbell buzzed, jarring Serena from her reverie. She padded to the door and peered through the peephole. She didn't recognize the person. "This isn't 1B," she said. The person mumbled something before heading away to ring on someone else's bell. Serena took her cup to the sink. The doorbell buzzed. She jumped, dropping the cup. The handle snapped off and bounced into the disposal with a clink. The bell buzzed again. She slammed the cup on the granite counter. Her thin lips pulled tight. She stomped to the door and yelled, "This isn't 1B. Can't you read?" A woman said, Hello? Yeah, I'm looking for 1E. Serena frowned and squinted into the peephole. A 20-something woman stood with a child resting on her hip. Serena opened the door, pulled her cardigan closed, and crossed her arms. "Oh, can I help you? I'm from 1B. I really need a favor." The woman hefted the boy higher on her hip. Her clothes were rumpled, and there were dark smudges under her eyes. She rubbed her ear. It looked an angry shade of red. "Could you watch Bailey for an hour or two?" Well, Serena's eyebrows raised. The child, whom she assumed was Bailey, looked to be about 3 years old. He was clutching a filthy grey stuffed rabbit in one hand while sucking the thumb of the other. His shirt and pants were a hodgepodge of stains of unknown origin. Serena's nose wrinkled. "Hey, try 1C. They've got kids." The woman stared at the ground. "I know it's super weird, but I'm kind of desperate." Serena blinked several times. I can't watch your kid," she said as she pushed her door closed. "Oh, please, 1 hour. Something's not right." She rubbed her ear again and glanced down the hall. "I'm sorry." But the woman cut Serena off by setting the kid down and sprinting to the entryway and out of the front door. "Wait!" Serena scrambled into the hall after her, but she tripped over Bailey, knocking him flat. Her arms pinwheeled as she teetered. She steadied and turned to the front door. Well, the woman was gone. Bailey screwed up his face and howled with all his might. It reverberated through the wood-paneled hall. Serena winced, covering her ears. Okay. God, you're loud." She picked him up and struggled to hold him at arm's length. He quieted, reaching out to grasp her long black and grey hair with a sticky-looking hand. She grimaced and held him further away. Her small frame tipped forward precariously. She leaned back, groaning. Bailey giggled and shoved his thumb in his mouth. She tottered over to 1B. Setting Bailey down with a grunt, she stabbed the doorbell with her finger. When no one came, she held the button for 10 seconds, letting the shrill peals saturate the apartment. Still no answer. Her shoulders slumped. She grabbed Bailey and staggered back to 1E. "Well, your mama's got 1 hour, then I'm calling the police," she said. Bailey blinked at her and tugged on his earlobe. Serena tried asking him if he was hungry or thirsty, but he only responded with a blank stare. She shook her head and stuck him on the rug in front of the TV. She dusted off the remote, located a cartoon channel, and noted the time. Settling into her favorite reading chair, she said, 1 hour. 2 hours later, the woman hadn't returned. Serena set her jaw, marched over to 1B and rang the bell. It trilled for half a second and died. Frowning, she pushed it again, but it didn't ring. She ground her teeth and banged on the door. "Come get your kid already!" A baby in 1C shrieked in response. She banged on the door twice more for good measure and then stopped, her fist resting on the dark wood. Her eyes narrowed. With all the racket she was making, the scruffy dog in 1A was showing too much restraint. She rang 1A's bell. No answer. Serena leaned her ear against the cold door and held her breath. There were no sounds of life, not even the hum of a refrigerator. She sighed and returned to her apartment. Bailey was still sitting in front of the TV where she'd left him, both hands pressed over his ears. She called the police. A while later, a young officer and a harried-looking woman from Child Protective Services arrived to collect Bailey. Serena answered their questions as best she could. When they left, she said, "Oh, I think he has an ear infection. He keeps messing with his ears." That night, she slept better than she had in years. When her alarm chimed at 7 a.m., she pulled out her earplugs and lay in bed for a while. Her forehead wrinkled. Finally, she sat up with wide eyes. "God, it's quiet," she breathed. Apartment 1A and 1B hadn't been themselves. The scruffy dog hadn't barked in days, and if anyone had gone in or out of 1B, well, they'd done it quite discreetly. She closed her eyes, and a smile crept across her face. Music pulsed through the floor and walls, and into her ear canals. Oh, her eardrums vibrated, and her smile slipped. Mel and Samba with a sprinkling of Beethoven, she said. Something heavy collided with the floor upstairs. She ground her teeth. I guess it's too much to ask for everyone to be quiet. A glance at her clock told her it was 7:15. She dashed to the bathroom to get ready for work. Weekends at the library were usually bustling, but that Saturday passed like molasses, with only 2 people coming in. When she arrived home, she knocked at 1B. Still no answer. She tried 1A. Well, their bell didn't work, and no one answered her knocking, not even the dog. She grabbed her mail from the box and made a mental note to tell the super to check the entryway. It smelled dank and earthy. Probably a leak somewhere, she thought with a frown. 2 babies cried in unison as she passed 1C. She rolled her eyes and stuck out her tongue at them. Once her front door clicked shut behind her, she went through her evening routine and climbed into bed. As she lay there, her breath caught in her throat. There was nothing, no barking, crying, booming, stomping, or even slamming. God, even the distant hum of the traffic and click-clack of the L was absent. The only vibrations came from within. Her lungs moved air, her heart pushed blood. It pulsed through arteries, veins, and capillaries. Her breathing slowed. She fell into a deep sleep, her earplugs clutched in her hand. In the morning, she made coffee and curled up in her favorite chair. She'd planned to spend her day off making a dent in her ever-growing pile of books to read. After an hour, though, she hadn't made it beyond page 1 of book 1. Her inner voice had said each word loud and clear, but not one had been absorbed. Serena finished her coffee, and her stomach gurgled. The refrigerator hummed. She cleared her throat. The radiator hissed and clicked, and the wind whistled through a drafty spot in the sill. She tapped her nail on the coffee cup. Water dripped from the kitchen faucet with a dull thud. She slammed her book closed and stood with a huff. Everywhere she looked, something in her usually tidy apartment mocked her with imagined layers of dust. Serena spent the rest of the day furiously scrubbing everything while muttering under her breath. Exhausted, she collapsed into bed with the book, but she found herself staring at the same page again, the words still refusing to have meaning. Her fingertips rasped against the pages. She rustled the sheets, and her stomach groaned. Turning off the light with a click, she stared at the ceiling. In the back of her mind, Serena realized 1D had been quiet all day. Probably a coincidence, she whispered. In the complete absence of sound, her brain tried to make sense of the nothingness. She heard snatches of music she was certain weren't there. She sighed. The music was replaced with someone speaking garbled words. She turned onto her side and clutched a pillow to her chest. Her bed creaked under her. The garbled words were swapped out with indistinct whispering. It grew louder, surrounding her. Serena snatched her earplugs off the nightstand and stuffed them into her ears. She drifted to sleep, listening to her own steady breathing. On Monday morning, Serena awoke with a start. She glanced at the clock. 8! She rubbed her gritty eyes and stumbled out of bed, struggling to clear the wool from her brain. The same vivid dream had run amok in her head all night. It began with someone whispering in her ear, and then the whispering grew more strident until it was whisper shouting that echoed in her head. She'd start awake, fall back asleep, and the dream would repeat. The whole thing dredged up long-forgotten memories of childhood fever dreams. 15 minutes later, she hurried out of the entrance and down the stoop. When she reached the sidewalk, she skidded to a halt. Her brow furrowed. Well, every Sunday night, the cars parked along her street would all vanish like clockwork in time for the Monday morning street cleaning. This morning, however, all the cars were still there, and no one was in sight. Her hand tightened around the strap of her bag. She listened. The omnipresent hums, clacks, screeches, or beeps of planes, trains, buses, and cars were gone. Not even a breath of wind stirred the branches of the bare trees. Heavy silence pushed down on Serena from all sides. She could barely breathe. Taking a step back, she pulled her phone from her bag with a shaky hand and called work. It rang many times before going to voicemail. She tried her sister in the suburbs. Voicemail. She hesitated for a moment and tried the police. It rang and rang. Movement caught her eye. There was something on top of the building across the street. She squinted. Well, it looked like a tree, a tall trunk with branches, except it was swaying in the still air. Her mouth fell open. Serena looked up and down the street. Every building had a swaying tree on the roof. Their undulations made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. Her hand lowered from her ear. The phone slipped from her numb fingers and clattered onto the concrete. The noise ripped through the silence like an explosion. The trees froze and then quivered. One by one, they leaned toward her, their branches reaching for her. She turned and ran back inside the building, slamming the front door shut. Her bag slipped to the ground unnoticed. Her legs trembled as she leaned against the mailboxes, panting. The door to 1B was open a crack. She dashed inside, screaming, "Please, help me!" But there wasn't anyone there. She ran to the open bedroom door. Light filtered in through thin, ratty curtains. In the double bed, a stained blue comforter covered two bulges, one smaller than the other. "Hello?" Serena said. The bulges didn't stir. A whiff of freshly churned soil invaded her nostrils. An ice-cold lump made itself at home in her stomach. Her body no longer felt like it was hers. Serena approached the bed, her feet moving on their own. Her arm lifted. Her fingers grasped the edge of the comforter. Her mind registered how stiff with dirt it was. Oh no, don't. But her hand tugged. The comforter pulled back. The stench of wet earth and decay hit Serena in a wave. She clamped her hand over her nose and mouth as she gagged. In the bed lay two twisted, muddy piles of what looked like sickly green tree roots. Something stuck out of a gap in the roots of the smaller pile. Serena held her breath and leaned in closer. The ears of a stuffed rabbit were held tight in a small, pale fist. She turned her head away. Unblinking eyes stared at her from inside the other pile. A wide maggot squirmed across a milky pupil. Serena shrieked, and spinning around, she staggered back to the hallway. She fell against the wall, her legs threatening to give out and dump her in a heap. She gasped for air. Reasonable thought danced out of reach. "Where did everyone go?" she said. Something creaked above her. Her eyes opened wide and her head swiveled toward the staircase. "Hello?" she said. Serena listened for a minute before her feet turned of their own volition and climbed the old, groaning stairs one by one. On the second floor, all the apartment doors stood ajar. Everything was quiet. She turned to 2E and slowly pushed open the door, wincing when it squeaked. "Miss Corbin? Miss Gallo?" she breathed. No answer. Serena swallowed and stepped inside. I'm coming in." The place was tidy, but her nose wrinkled at the musty air. No one was in the living room, kitchen, or dining room. "Miss Corbin, Miss Gallo," she whispered. She tiptoed through the dark, narrow hallway to the bedrooms. Every bare floorboard that creaked sent a twitch coursing through her body. Mustiness became pungent dankness that made her eyes water. She covered her nose with her coat sleeve. The bedroom door to the left was open. The room didn't look lived in. She turned to the other door. It was closed. She knocked. Silence. Blood thundered in her ears. She twisted the cold brass knob and slowly pushed the door open. Darkness. Thick drapes covered the windows. Serena felt along the wall until she found a switch. A lamp clicked on, and she flinched. Both women lay in bed, arms wrapped around one another, and neither one moved. No, this isn't happening. Tears pricked her eyes, and her feet took her closer. Their faces were pale with a blue tinge, their eyes closed tight. They seemed to be wearing crowns woven out of bare vines. Thin white filaments came from the vines and intertwined over the women's ears like lace. Serena shuddered. Again her body moved on its own, and she stepped closer. Vines trailed from the crowns to a large hole in the wall above the headboard. Taking another step, her foot found a discarded shoe. She slipped and almost toppled into the bed. Flinging out her arms to catch herself, she knocked Miss Corbin's crown off her head. A long, thick filament fell out of Miss Corbin's ear canal onto the bed. It writhed and lifted itself like a cobra, as if it were staring at Serena. She froze. It swayed slowly, like the strange trees had. She swallowed hard and took a step back. The filament twitched, lowered itself, and slithered slowly toward her. She screamed and fell back against the door. It slammed into the wall with a deafening bang. A shiver coursed through the vines. They poured out of the hole in the wall in a slithering mass. Filaments slid into the dead women's noses, eyes, and mouths. Vines twisted around the bodies until they were enveloped in squirming green-brown cocoons. The stench of decay reached a crescendo. Burning hot bile climbed Serena's throat. She stumbled out of the apartment. Collapsing near the stairs, she vomited her scant breakfast of coffee and toast. Rasping came from behind her then. She looked down the stairs and bit her lip to hold back a scream. A muddy mass of vines was slithering up. She clutched the railing and climbed to the 3rd floor, glancing over her shoulder every other step. At the landing, she found the door to every apartment wide open, and it was silent. The smell of rot was stifling in the still air. Saliva flooded her mouth as her empty stomach heaved. Serena whimpered and slumped against the wall. Her breaths were coming too fast. Her vision grayed and narrowed, and her legs gave out. She slid to the floor. Whispering surrounded her as the building began to vibrate. With a crack, plaster exploded from the walls. Vines surged out. They twisted around her head and slammed it against the wall so hard she saw silver spots. Filaments slithered around her ears. Screaming, she ripped off the squirming vines and scrambled away on hands and knees. Her eyes fell on the metal ladder and hatch leading to the roof. The hatch was ajar. Serena stood and lurched down the hall, and with clammy hands she grasped the metal rungs and climbed. She pushed open the hatch and pulled herself onto the roof. Blinking in the sunlight, her body went cold. 20 feet away stood one of the swaying trees. It was as tall as a normal tree, but it moved like it was listening to music. The trunk was pale and shiny with crisscrossing, pulsing dark lines, making it look like tightly stretched skin full of varicose veins. Bare vines ending in thin white filaments spilled over from the branches and hung low to the ground. Gnarled roots splotched with patches of sickly green moss and stinking brown mud fanned out across the roof. Their tips burrowed deep, infiltrating the building. Only one thought was able to break the surface of her frozen mind. If she squinted, the tree would look like any one of the weeping willows dotting the lakefront, their lithe, harmless branches waving in the breeze. She fell to her knees and sobbed. The tree quivered. Its trunk leaned over, lowering its vines to the ground. They slithered toward her with lightning-fast speed. Her mind screamed at her body to get up and run, but her limbs wouldn't listen. Vines wrapped tight around her head and body. Filaments slid deep into her ear canals. A strangled cry escaped her mouth, and her bladder let go. She heard her breath coming out in ragged puffs, her heart pounding in her chest, her blood rushing through veins and arteries. Those sounds dimmed and other ear-splitting noises took their place. Her scalp rasping over her skull, her eyes blinking, her neurons firing. Soon, those sounds faded too, until all that remained were the deafening collisions of air molecules. Serena's body fell silently to the ground as the sound eaters drained the last vibrations from the world. Beyond the 4 dimensions that man is aware of, there lies a mysterious 5th. It is a realm that is as big in size as the universe itself, and as timeless as eternity. It rests between the depths of man's worries and the pinnacle of his knowledge, and is the nexus between light and gloom, science and superstition. A man discovers a journal in his father's collection, which dates back to the American Civil War. It claims to be proof that the Union was aided in the war by the devil. Is this the insane rantings of a madman, or is it something more sinister? The Penance of Captain Silas Jacobson. This is likely the last thing anyone reading this needs to hear, but in the interest of posterity, we've had quite a rough go of it lately. The first realization that struck me in the pandemic's and subsequent shutdown's early stages was that I desperately needed a hobby. All the complaining over the years of not enough hours in a day had upset the cosmos, I suppose. The universe has called our bluff. The second realization is one I think many of us came to. Well, maybe realization isn't the right word in this sense. Reckoning is, I think, more appropriate. I'm in the unique situation of actually being able to watch the chaos engulfing the country I grew up in from above. My family and I live on a ridge in the Appalachian Mountains in west central Maryland. If I'd lived even 25 or 30 years ago, I'd be completely ignorant to the great unmasking taking place around me. Mother Nature has backed us into a corner, and rather than combining our strength to fight her back, we've abandoned dignity and decency in the name of tribalism and genuine hatred. The kind that only hundreds of years can cultivate. Regardless of where you stand politically, it is disheartening to say the least. For once I was happy to have grown up in the social desolation of the mountains. Aesthetically pleasing, I can see the appeal, especially if only staying at most a few weeks at a time. Many come to the mountains to feel soothed or to be at one with Mother Nature, whether it be during a rigorous 12-mile hike or a leisurely swim at the base of a small waterfall. But the longer you spend up here, and I'm talking years here, well, you learn that you're actually being lulled into a false sense of security. Every step you take is met with a crunch or a snap, one that alerts a truly remarkable number of fellow creatures to your presence. Rodents, deer, birds, bugs, you name it. It's got eyes on you. The landscape with jagged edges and rugged paths seems to go out of its way to keep us on our toes, more so than other dangerous environments. It's all a reminder that we are visitors and will be thrown out as such if we misbehave or disrespect our hosts. Hiking isn't a hobby out here. Hiking is all about exploring new places. I knew the ridge and every forked path by the time I was a teenager. God knows I tried, but my wife has had to point out to me that eating is not a hobby either. The same went for drinking and smoking. Those were less funny conversations, but I'm glad she's looking out for me. I'm sure you're wondering why I'm still up here, if I don't care much for it. Many of you will understand this, and many of you will find it inconceivable. But there comes a time when your parents need your help more than you need theirs. It just doesn't usually happen in your late 20s. Oh, I hate to complain about it. I love them dearly. I mean, they didn't ask me to stay, but they didn't ask me to leave either. My father was recently diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. He's been retired for a few years, but my mother has very much a full-time job. Well, it worked all right for a few months after the diagnosis, but my wife and I eventually learned to see past the facade. We offered to break our lease in the Nova area and move into their basement. Well, Dad took some convincing. Mum did not. Our plans, buying our first home, seeing the world once it's safe to, are on pause. And that's sad from time to time. You can't choose your family, which is why it's important to hold them close. They're irreplaceable. But I think I should be able to say that this isn't where I want us to be. My dad, retiring when he did, also had to learn the importance of a hobby. He's a Marine, once so, and well, forever. A man so accustomed to and comforted by order learned the hard way that retirement and the empty hours it ushers in is a challenge in and of itself. Now, being a history buff is helpful. There isn't really a limit to what you can learn or read into. He took rather quickly to genealogy and made himself into quite the historical detective. He's managed to track our family back some 500 years, and done the same for extended family and even friends. He even published a few books, all using hundreds of pages of transcribed journals of combatants of the Civil War, a topic which has eternally fascinated him. It's a topic that's become increasingly difficult to discuss lately, for reasons we don't need to relitigate. My father is the smartest, most compassionate and caring man I've ever encountered, in any capacity, which is why his insistence in specifically telling the stories of long-gone Confederate soldiers has baffled and sometimes disappointed me. The way he explains it, you can tell it's at least coming from a place of goodwill. He always reminds me that those men in particular fought in a large sense because they had no other choice, and that many of them likely either detested the institution of slavery or had no thoughts on it at all. I suppose that makes a lot of sense. But I believe we need to be careful with our sympathy. That was a war of right and wrong, and good versus evil, and as much as any fantasy novel would be. My way of reckoning with this is by doing what emotionally unavailable men of a certain age do best. Pretending it doesn't exist and drinking beer. Tried and true. But of course Dad's new affliction meant an end to that hobby. Writing and typing are no longer second nature to him. Well, we might not say it, but we love each other dearly. That being said, we don't share a ton of interests at our respective ages. I needed something to pass time. I may as well do something to bring him some degree of joy. I offered to assist him with his research, despite my objections to his subjects. This mostly involved taking notes to sort of keep him on the right track, and completing transcriptions for his final book, an oral history of the 1st Virginia Cavalry's involvement and movements during the Battle of Antietam. Scintillating stuff, I know. He's accumulated hundreds of old newspaper documents and journals over the course of the last few years through a myriad of means. We take for granted the sheer amount of written historical data around just our immediate area, let alone the whole world. But to process all of it in one lifetime is unquestionably impossible, so many of us make no effort to even begin. I thought the objective thing to do would be simply starting with the first journal that caught my eye. I shuffled through a few stacks and found the winner. It was a truly unbelievably old journal. The pages had an amber tint, and they looked quite stiff, as did the faded black leather cover. Dust had settled into several layers atop the front of the journal, but not thick enough to cover what grabbed my attention. The top corner of the cover was missing, and in its absence appeared what looked to be the edge of a drawing on the first page. When I flipped the cover, I realized it wasn't a page attached to the book at all. It had been inserted there. The drawing was unsettling, even though I didn't really know what I was looking at. I think I do now. It wasn't something I would have expected to be in a book like this. It looked to be, well, a figure. The general shape of a human, save for the exaggerated length of its limbs and torso. The way it had been drawn, black graphite recklessly filling in the vague outline of the shape, well, it looked as though a toddler had been asked to draw a shadow. Or perhaps asked to draw something they'd seen in a nightmare. I became anxious the longer I looked at it. I felt as though was just about to receive bad news. The feeling amplified when I noticed a single word, written in a sophisticated juxtaposition to the drawing. It looked like classic antebellum era cursive handwriting. Well, cursive is not a strong suit of mine. The word was clearly, repent. I asked Dad how this had come into his possession, and if he knew anything of the drawing. "Oh, wow," he began incredulously. "Some bozo tried to pass it off to me at a round table meeting once. Tried to tell me it was the most important artifact of the Civil War era, and that someone with a little more influence in the publishing world would be better off with it. He was a real nut. Sounded a bit too southern to be from around here. Said the journal was proof the Union had been aided in the war by the devil, or something sinister along those lines. He was a real, the South will rise again kind of guy. Few of us asked that he not come to meetings anymore, and I haven't seen him since. Guess he must have stashed it in one of my boxes on the way out." He scoffed when he looked at the drawing. He passed it off as the scribbles of a madman and left it at that. But his story had piqued my curiosity. "Be my guest," he replied upon my asking to give it a read. "Just don't waste too much time on it. Won't be making the final draft." Well, I have no doubt the man my father met that night is a nut, a bozo, and a deplorable racist, but after reading the contents of the journal, I think he's onto something. Well, I can't be sure that what I'm about to disclose to you is real. This man would have to have gone to a lot of effort to write this entire journal and age it to look so authentic, but I suppose it is possible. If it is real, it is at the very least important. It may not change the way we look at or remember the war. It certainly won't change the outcome. Well, I guess I can't really explain the significance of it myself. You may have to gauge it on your own, but at least for me, it will haunt me until I take my final breath. From what I've been able to ascertain, the following is allegedly the journal of Captain Silas Jacobson of the 1st Virginia Cavalry, chronicling his experiences during and after the Battle of Antietam, the bloodiest single day in the history of the United States. I will transcribe it exactly as it is written. September 17th, 1862. Sarah, my love, should this journal somehow find itself in your possession, I ask that you put it down now and read no further. That you remain steadfast in your love for me is all I have left to carry on. I hope to see you again in the next life, though I fear we shall never meet eyes, hold each other, or share a kiss for the rest of eternity. Please remember the man I was before this madness. That man is forever yours. I, Captain Silas Jacobson of the 1st Virginia Cavalry, leader of the finest regiment in the Confederacy, am a coward. I have abandoned my men, who I have promised directly to their face their safety on many occasions. It is for this reason I feel my soul has passed a point of no return. I betrayed my men, as Judas did to Christ, but I will only be exchanging one hell for another. The battlefield I fled is unlike any I've experienced in my entire military career. It's akin only to what we've been told in Revelations. A swamp of bodies, animalistically twisted and contorted beyond recognition, All those men, my men, wandering aimlessly in shock, each of them the last to realize they've been stolen a limb. Boys as young as 15 years, with frozen expressions of regret of a life they have not yet lived. Indiscriminate carnage among all sides of this war. And for what, I ask? I hate my enemy only because he hates me, and he hates me for the same reason. At times I too struggle to recall why the fighting began, and each time I remember, my shame deepens. That we are fighting to keep men of God just as we are, in chains and servitude, is what sickens me most when I gaze across the apocalyptic landscape of battle. We have done as Egyptians did to God's people all those thousands of moons ago, and I fear we will meet the same fate. In any case, I have been guilty of a great sin. I have taken refuge in the rugged terrain of the Appalachia to the west of the conflict. I am accompanied only by my steed, Gabby. We've made it a considerable distance from the fighting in Antietam. It's only now, amidst the serene nature of God's creation, I am able to reflect upon my cowardice. If any of my men still live, they will be deserved of the justice my capture will bring. They will certainly be looking for me. I intend to return to the site of my betrayal, and hope to face the noose as a man who has repented his sin. I believe this will be my only salvation. September 18th, 1862. It seems the fatigue of battle has rendered me a bit disoriented. I have wandered the path I believe I arrived by from dawn to dusk, but feel as though I am exactly where I began this morning. The trees of the forest appear to stretch as far as an ocean. I have begun to announce my position in the hopes I may be intercepted by a passing regiment of either side, but I have not heard a noise besides the quiet bustle of the wilderness. Perhaps I have not respected my mental state after the battle and subsequent need of rest. I'll retire for this day, for this purpose. All I shall do in the time I have left is pray. I do feel His presence here with me, in His creation. These mountains have either hosted battles or men on their way to battles for so long. Well, I'd forgotten how astoundingly beautiful the region was before the war. I will regret my cowardice for the remainder of my short life, but I am thankful for the opportunity to enjoy a final evening under the stars. Camps of either my brothers or my enemy could not have gotten far in a day's time, if the battle has even ended. I'll find them tomorrow to face my judgment, as I was not able before. September 19th, 1862. I would not have earned my title of captain if not for my tracking skills. I have and will continue to call the Blue Ridge my home, and have never had an issue traveling paths previously untouched by man. But I cannot find my way out of this wood. Gabby and I rode again from dusk till dawn, all in the direction I knew to be east. We must have travelled at least 50 miles of wilderness to no relief. She is tired. I am tired. The mountain is not to be underestimated. This evening I shall make note of the North Star. I must have become so disoriented the day prior that I have driven Gabby and I far deeper into Appalachia than I care to be. The woods are aware of my presence. I feel as though the eyes of each of God's creatures are fixated upon me, and my shame. My rations will only last a few days more, and while water is plentiful in creeks and streams, I worry dehydration will take effect soon, if it hasn't already. For a brief glimpse, only moments ago, I believed I experienced a hallucination of sorts. In the midst of the never-ending fauna surrounding me, a lone tree appeared to take on a deep black color. Its appearance has me filled with an unease I have not been successful in shaking in the moment since. But I cannot locate the black tree at this time. I cannot determine whether my fear is of the tree itself, or its proof of my impending madness in these woods. I pray this is my final night here. Evening of September 19th, 1862. The sun descended hours ago, but the stars have not appeared in their stead. It's as though a thick wool blanket has been silently and instantly unfurled across the sky. I will continue to monitor, but I fear I must prepare for a reality in which my sense of direction is rendered completely useless. September 20th, 1862. Madness is setting in. The North Star did not appear to me, as it did to the wise men that glorious evening, and I am left with no idea of where I am, or how I can leave it behind. Gabby is becoming restless, as though she knows what will happen if we do not find civilization soon. Perhaps I have no right to do this to her, given what I've done to my men. She didn't choose to flee, I did. If I am to save my soul, I am of the mind I must not allow Gabby to become victim to my poor judgment. September 22nd, 1862. I am left with one thought, one explanation after the trials of my last hours as to my inability to escape these woods. I use the word trials, as this is what I have come to. I am not alone in these woods. Gabby is gone. I set her free. Well, it was my hope that a selfless act such as this would end my suffering. I would finally be granted the peace of the grave should I repent my shame by sparing Gabby's life. But she accompanies me no longer, and I remain here. What's replaced her are continued visions of a lone, tall, absolute black tree, stalking me no matter how many miles I've travelled. It's with me. It moves with me. It sees me. I can feel its awareness of me, and it's deeply unsettling. Because of these visions and the endlessness of the wood, I believe I find myself in a sort of purgatory. I'm not met with the wails of millions of tortured souls, which is some saving grace. If I am in hell, where I know I belong, it is nothing that the scriptures foretold. No, I am being tested. Faith is the only tether to reality that I retain. I must persevere. I must continue to repent. Freeing Gabby was not sacrifice enough. I will suffer as long as God wills it, if it is a means to his kingdom in the world beyond wherever I am now. September 27th, 1862. I believe, but cannot be sure, this is the 10th day of my trial. I cannot begin to imagine the amount of distance I feel as though I've travelled. I feel I've traversed enough land to cover the great state of Virginia dozens of times over. This is most certainly a trial, but I am no longer convinced it's a trial from God. My visions have not been of a tree, but of an entity. It is long, foreboding, and angry. It is as though a shadow of a man, the moment before the sun descends, has risen from the ground and taken physical form. I've tried to communicate with it. It will not respond, only stare. The entity has no features upon its dark face, including eyes, but I still feel its sharp gaze at all times. This is what has trapped me here. It is eternally 20 yards behind me in any direction. I've not eaten or drunk anything in 3 days. My stomach aches and my mouth and throat burn with dryness, but death will not greet me. I'm no longer certain I'm even alive, or if I exist in any sense. This thirst and hunger should have overtaken me long ago. I've not encountered a single living thing that I could gain some sustenance from. No rodents, no deer, no birds, not even a single ant has crossed my path since I last saw Gabby. Oh, I miss her dearly, but I'm hopeful she's not suffering the same fate I have. I hope she's not encountered the same or similar entity. It is evil. The feeling it instills in me is proof enough for me. Please, Lord, grant me mercy. I know what I've done, and I know I must suffer, but I need to know you can still hear me, that you can still see me. I need to know this entity is of your creation. I need to know I still walk in what is your domain. October 10th, 1862. Perhaps this is the fate that befalls cowards such as I. Banishment to a place that exists outside of God's reach. I do not know what else to make of this mountain. The entity no longer looks on from a distance. It lumbers over me, encompassing the entire direction of every move I make. I am unable to move towards it myself, unable to defend myself against it in any capacity, but it can get as close as it likes to me. Well, I believe it's begun to tease me. If I close my eyes, only for a moment, so as to embrace a darkness I can fully actually understand, then I am met with visions which fill me with a dread I cannot describe. I see who I believe to be my wife, but I can't be certain. I'm not sure I can recall her name. The joy her appearance brings me is instantly stolen from me by that evil. She's with the little girl, my little girl, and the girl's crying. Her mother is not. They're standing by a crudely put-together crucifix in the ground, and they are alone. I know this is my legacy. As soon as I begin to grow numb of what's become of my name, I am forced to bear witness to a vision of something far greater in scope. I return to a battlefield, a place where I feel a brief spark of comfort in its familiarity, before it's ripped away by violence and carnage on a scale I thought only possible in nightmares. The field stretches in two directions, as far as anyone can see. In the other two directions, the field ends before being engulfed by a perfect black void. In the field I see men brandishing weapons I have never encountered, weapons capable of evaporating their enemies in an instant, and collecting casualties at a rate I simply cannot fathom. Others are viciously stabbed, shot and gutted, but even these men continue to fight, as though they've not been so much as scratched. I feel the pain of each of their wounds as the violence dances around me. Lining the edges of the field, just before the void, are what look like families. They huddle around each other and look on in sheer horror, many of them shielding their children's eyes. They're black, white, brown, and any race in between, but the emotion on each of their faces is identical. I feel their pain as well, but it is a pain which no physical wound could bring. I feel that they have been made to watch this mess for an eternity. I cannot take these visions any longer. I've held out hope in my soul for so long. Any salvation I was hoping to find here will never materialize. I've reached for my knife several times now to gauge the entity's reaction. It does not move. I've held the knife in my hand, and still the entity remains. Upon completion of this entry, I shall take my own life. I hope this will be my final entry. October 15th, 1862. I cannot determine why I've been allowed to continue to write in the entity's presence. I believe I am being made to feel hopeful, so that I can have it taken from me as it has every other part of me. The entity allowed me to believe for one beautiful second that I'd taken my final breath. I dug the blade into the base of my neck and drew it directly across my throat. I felt my blood run down my chest as I fell to the ground, and my vision began to fade. It was euphoric. My sight returned in full as an intense burning sensation consumed my throat. I looked up at the entity, which had manifested a crude impression of a hand at the end of its sinewy long arm. It gripped me by my throat as smoke billowed from my mouth. The entity was cauterizing where my knife had sliced. It will not let me die. It will not allow an end to my suffering. I am completely powerless against it, and this is my hell, the same hell Judas encountered upon his betrayal as well. This is the fate that befalls all those who turn their back on God. I've led myself and my men into battle against those who would rid each other's of chains. I've betrayed my men in fleeing, but led them each into a grand betrayal of our brothers and sisters in Christ. I'd pray that they not suffer the same fate, though I know it will never make it to God from this place. This will be my last writing for some time. I see no point in reliving what I'm experiencing here if I do not need to. The entity seems completely indifferent to it. If it simply exists only to curse me with these visions, then I suppose that's what will happen. If it wishes for me to write of my suffering, I'm sure I'll do that as well. January 14th, 1881. I'm sure that I'm meant to write now. The entity blessed me today with a final vision of my wife before she succumbed to the cancer which ravaged her. I was given a wonderful, brief moment of what I remember to be joy, as I looked into her eyes as they closed forever. She was beautiful. Though I know this peace she was giving me, she's gone to a life I cannot hope to ever know. March 11th, 1918. The entity has graced me with a new vision, a generous vision which allows me foreign feelings of love and joy, while punishing me in a way I only deserve. I returned to the battlefield and immediately met with the presence of my daughter, but she's an old, sharp-looking woman now. It is this moment I feel the swell of relief in my heart. She has grown, so she has lived. She lives ignorant of what happened to me, but my relief is soon terminated. The battle makes its presence known, though in this battle one man is forced to fight untold thousands of waves of enemy combatants. I can see my daughter again, but she is far more distraught than any previous soul to line the edges of this battlefield. She's wailing, a wail which reverberates up and down my spine, twisting each nerve along the way. I look back to the poor soul being brutalized in the field. He's young, no more than 16. His body is hit by molten hot lead in droves, but his body remains intact. He has a familiar, innocent face. This is my great-grandson. His life and his grandmother's are consumed by battle as mine was and remains. My shame has brought a price to their doorstep, all these decades later, yet still in that time I have not grown numb to pain as this. July 1st, 1936. A father never bothers to imagine the death and burial of their only child. But had I'm certain I would not have felt the joy and pride I felt today, as the entity allowed me to see my daughter lowered into and returned to the earth. Her interment could not have been more different from my own. Her death has been met with anguish, as mine was met with indifference. Scores of men and women and children of every age and every color, all steadfast in their admiration for my daughter, my true legacy. It was the longest funeral I've ever witnessed. Dozens of attendees eager to give my daughter a memorable eulogy. I learned of her deeds which led to this reverence. She'd spent decades fighting in a manner far more effective than I ever could. She's labored to build something truly meaningful out of the ruin of what I'd left behind, a world in which all of God's children can bask in His creation. I cannot truthfully remember what drove me to fight in the first place, a sense of duty most likely, but it was not with this world in mind. Oh, I do wonder if it was my shame that drove her to this life. For a moment, it doesn't feel like shame. With my daughter's passing, all life I knew during my own has gone on to the next. Whatever the entity will show me next, I do not feel compelled to log it any further. It stands over me, still. The sun never rises above its visage. Perhaps in 100 years it will communicate with me. Perhaps in 200 years it will move away from me. Perhaps in a millennia I'll be freed of its limbotic state. But for now I can only assume my hope will be stolen away by visions I cannot imagine. But I will cherish this vision as long as I can remember. July 2nd, 1936. The darkness of the entity seeped into the sky around me until it had completely enveloped anything my gaze had graced. This was only moments after I'd set my journal to the ground. Before I could process fear, the void shattered in a thunderous clap which shook my whole being. The blackness evaporated, and I was greeted with something I had not seen in decades for this hell. I saw the edge of the wood. I could hear the rustling of leaves, or the chorus of the birds. I was sent into a state of shock by the earth's sudden wonder. And finally, I was met with what I'd yearned for all these years. An unfamiliar hunger and thirst, one which caused me a pain I'd forgotten. I am dying. I grow weaker each second. I write now only because this record suddenly exists in a world which it may be read. And if it is, I beg you, burn it. It is my hope that my daughter is all that is ever remembered of me. It is with that peace I can finally enter the next life. And perhaps I will see her soon. Not that it matters, but I burn the journal immediately after initially transcribing it. I can only hope the wind took the ashes closer to the woman he loved in life. I'm not sure I have the right to publish this. Even now, my heart races as I hover over the post button. Captain Jacobson is at rest, finally, but I do not feel he would want to know if the horrors he experienced changed anyone or anything for the better. I know they should, and I hope they might, but I fear that they won't.
Beyond the 4 dimensions that man is aware of, there lies a mysterious fifth. It is a realm that is as big in size as the universe itself, and as timeless as eternity. It rests between the depths of man's worries and the pinnacle of his knowledge, and is the nexus between light and gloom, science and superstition.
In our story this evening, a detective close to retirement receives a new lead on a 20-year-old cold case. What he finds is not for the faint of heart. The Pancake family. So, how's my complexion? That pale, huh? Jeez, I bet I look like a ghost. Well, I'm still in shock, I think. I feel like I've bled out 2 gallons. Gosh, I'm sorry to ramble, it's just that, what's the word for it? Detached? Yeah, strange feeling. Seen it enough times in the field. Well, after all I've been through, I figured if I was ever going to experience it myself, then I'd have experienced it by now. I feel like I'm floating outside of my body. Just cut the cord and I'd float away. Hey, did you see the crime scene?
No.
Well, do yourself a favor. Don't even look at the pictures. Don't even touch the file. Look, you'll thank me later. God, I can't get my knees to stop rattling. Hey, is that why you're holding onto your coffee like that? I'm shaking the table, aren't I? Hold on a second. Let me back up my chair. Right there. That's better.
Thanks, Hub. Can you confirm for the record that you're waiving your right to an attorney?
No, I'm still not interested in an attorney. I mean, yeah, I'm waiving my rights, so, sorry.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Let the record show that Detective Hobson Millgate, retired, has waived his right to an attorney.
Well, I don't need a lawyer after the DA stops puking and considers taking it public. Oh, there's no way they're showing that to a jury. There's nothing harder than mercy sometimes. I did what I had to do. It just happened to be hard and ugly.
Are you hungry?
No. God, I think I'd just puke again if you gave me anything.
Are you ready to begin?
Well, no, but I'm as ready as I'll ever be.
What led you to the crime scene on the night in question?
Would you believe I was planning a fishing trip before all this started? Oh, well, never mind. But it was a reporter. Name was Stacy Bamer. She contacted me a week ago by email and claimed she had new information on the Driscoll murders. I was the lead investigator, and I'm sure you know the case had gone unsolved for 20 years. Yeah, the case was as cold as ice. I thought it was a gag at first. You know how that can be. Yeah, most of the time it's not even on purpose. Yeah, everyone thinks they know something that'll crack a case wide open. Well, the Driscoll murders were a big story around these parts. Over the years, I must have gotten a couple of hundred fake leads. I handed the investigation over to Detective Warren Carroll when I retired, but I didn't want him to be bothered with any fake bullshit. Yeah, I know he's busy with all that new gang activity that's going on. Well, since she contacted me, I figured I'd check it out for him as a courtesy. Wasn't expecting it to go anywhere. I met her for lunch at Pourier's Cafe. She was a good-looking blonde girl, so she didn't fit the typical profile of a hoaxer. Not that I put too much faith in profiles after 40 years. She also might have been one of those creepy girls that gets off on death. God knows I've dealt with enough of those. Well, she seemed normal enough, but I still thought she might be pulling my leg, or maybe she'd been fooled too. But she did have a file with her. It contained what appeared to be a confession by the Driscoll. Well, he wasn't a murderer, was he? God, I really do wish he had been, you know. It would have been so much better for everyone.
Can you please fill us in on the relevant details of the Driscoll case?
Let's see. Would have been about 20 years ago now. Well, as I've said, 20 years ago, there was a disappearance. Oh, thinking of all those years, 20 goddamn years. Well, that's a long time.
Take your time, Hob.
Thanks. Right. Well, the Driscolls were a family of 6 out in the suburbs. Upper middle class. Father was an attorney. Mother ran her own business selling pottery out of the house. He even had her own kiln. 4 children, all high school age and below. Good kids, on a roll. No criminal records to speak of. The oldest son was caught smoking dope at his high school once, but nothing much besides that. Just the typical stuff you find when you look at people too closely. They disappeared October 13th, 1994. No trace was found of the bodies. That's why it made the press go crazy. You still see it show up on some of those unsolved mystery shows. The whole family disappeared and no one saw a thing. No one knew where they went. A neighbor lodged a sound complaint, which is how we found the scene. There was an alarm going off, and the neighbor called it in. Figured it might have been a fire. When no one answered the door, the patrolman went in to investigate. Well, there were obvious signs of a struggle in the youngest daughter's bedroom. The bed had been flipped over and the sheets were torn. We found elevated concentrations of carbon monoxide in the fabric of all the bedspreads, well, except the youngest daughter's. The alarm was a carbon monoxide detector, which is how we knew to look. The neighbor indicated the sound had been going on for over a day, and he'd been unable to get anyone to answer the door during that time. We also found several aluminum canisters and some hoses in a dumpster a few blocks away. At the time, we assumed the Driscolls had been gassed and disposed of at a different location, except of course for the daughter who woke up at the end and put up a struggle. Well, the investigation gave no leads. Of course, our first thought was that the father did it. We checked it out, but he didn't have motive. No leads to check out. Same with the mother. Surviving family checked out clean too. The father had a few clients who might have had motive, but the means weren't there. He was a divorce lawyer, but not for anybody who could have taken out an entire family without leaving evidence. There was a chemistry teacher who lived 3 blocks away, and we investigated him for a while because of the canisters, but, well, he alibied out. Same with a dentist who lived nearby. The wife had an online flirtation with some kid out in England, but nothing adulterous, and he wasn't even in the country at the time of the murder. We settled, unhappily, on the idea of a random killing. Hardest pieces of shit to catch. He must have sunk tens of thousands of man-hours into this case, tracking down leads. The canisters had been stolen from a laboratory 10 miles away. There was no security footage. We couldn't find any leads on the thief. After more than 6 months, the investigation went cold. The Driscolls had been knocked out and abducted. Like I said, no one ever found the bodies. Who was to say they hadn't just run off? Until, well, you know the rest of that. I'd rather only talk about that once.
What can you tell us about how the confession wound up with Miss Beamer?
She'd been following the case for some years. both personally and as a reporter. Like I said, it captured the imagination of a lot of people. God, even seemingly normal folks thought it could have been aliens, ghosts, or demons. Miss Baymer published a retrospective on the murders, given the 20-year anniversary. Caused a renewed interest, which happened from time to time. As usual, I declined to comment, citing lack of new evidence. I remembered her asking for my quote, though, which is why I accepted the lunch meeting. After publication of the article, Miss Baymer claimed that she'd been sent a file. She wished to have me authenticate it. The most pertinent part of the file was a confession. I assured Miss Baymer that such false documents are not uncommon, especially on older cases like this, and that I'd personally heard 24 confessions of the Driscoll murders. And she was insistent. Once I felt she wasn't trying to pull off a hoax or getting off on the idea of talking about a murder, I agreed to the meeting. She stated it had been mailed to her in the same envelope she showed to me when we met for lunch.
Can you describe its contents?
Old newspaper clippings outlining the progress of my investigation. They seemed appropriately yellowed, so I guess they were from the trophy book of the perpetrator. There were also 6 photos alleging to be of the individual members of the Driscoll family, as well as several other photos of the facility where they'd been taken. God, my hands won't stop shaking, see? I'm trying as hard as I can, and I just can't make it happen. I'll have to ask the paramedic for a sedative when I'm done with the statement. Yeah, don't think I'll be able to sleep otherwise. No, I'm fine for now. I don't want anything to interfere with my recollection for your recording. Just carrying it around in my head is like... sorry. I'll stay focused. Well, the photos were of the Driscoll family, of course. But at the time, I didn't know that. The photos had aged poorly, and they could have been of anyone. It's very hard to distinguish features. However, given the elaborate nature of the file, I figured it did warrant a further look. As to the confession letter, well, it was brief. He gave an address, and that's the first thing I noticed. I couldn't locate the address online, which meant it had to be old. Well, the confession letter said, "Stop printing lies. I never killed anyone. It just took a while to get them ready for breakfast." There was no signature included. I just remembered something. Oh, God damn it. We got sent a breakfast menu a month after the disappearance. Someone had drawn a red circle around a picture of pancakes. The letter said, "They're not dead. They're getting ready for breakfast." Well, we put it in the junk lead file. Oh, God.
Detective Milgate, do you need a moment?
I'll have to ask the paramedic for a sedative when I'm done with the statement. Can you make sure they're ready with one? Oh, this is going to be rough. Well, we did try to track down that menu. We could never find out where it had come from. It wasn't any place local. The identifying information had been cut out.
Why did you decide to personally investigate the location mentioned in the letter?
I wanted to make sure it wasn't a hoax. I still wasn't convinced. I've had 20 years of people sending me fake evidence. I guess maybe the case captured my imagination too. I always imagined one day I'd think of something I'd overlooked and solve the whole thing. It felt unbelievable to have someone dump the whole thing in my lap. Yeah, needed to see it with my own 2 eyes. Well, Miss Baymer had pinpointed the location with city records, but neither of us was sure if it was still there. It was an abandoned industrial building. The last time it had a valid mailing address was 50 years ago. Well, it might have caved in for all we knew. I think I also wanted to be the one to crack it. Whether or not it was dumped in my lap, that case has hung over my head for 20 years. Miss Baymer and I agreed to meet there the following morning.
Can you describe the crime scene?
Yeah. It was an industrial building, as I stated. Approximately 120 feet long by maybe 45 feet wide. It was a wooden structure, and at first the conditions seemed to match the neighboring buildings. However, I noticed the facade had been recently patched in a few locations. Further investigation also revealed that the entrance had been chained and locked. My understanding was that it used to be a sheet metal shop. At least... God, excuse me. Is there a bucket? I might vomit. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Thought I was empty. No. I want to get this done with. Then I'm going to want that sedative. I could smell something from inside the building, very faintly. I figured that would count as probable cause. Not that I need it as a civilian, but you never forget the way a corpse smells. They were bad enough they had that same smell. Well, I hadn't forgotten how to pick a lock, so I let myself inside. You know, I really do wish they had been corpses. I really do wish he had been a serial killer. I really do. Do you believe me? Oh, please, say you believe me.
I do. Can you describe the interior of the building?
I'm trying to focus through this, I really am. I'm sorry, it's just that I'd like to go to sleep after this for a very long time. Hey, is there a paramedic here? Is the sedative ready? Oh, thank God. Right, the warehouse had not been as abandoned as we were previously led to believe. The interior had a hallway with 6 rooms. The construction was old but visibly newer than the rest of the building. The walls between each room had been soundproofed. There were no windows to the outside or doorways between the rooms themselves. The only access was through the hallway. Well, I tried to make Miss Baymer leave at that point. God, the smell was stronger inside. The rooms contained presses, hydraulic presses, 4-foot by 8-foot custom presses. Well, I couldn't figure out what they were at first, because they were hovering over what looked like hospital beds. There were IV bags in each room, as well as other medical equipment. And that's how he kept them alive for so long, of course. Jeez, I think I might be seeing black spots.
Do you need to take a break?
No. The idea of having to start this again is worse than the idea of finishing it.
Then please, describe your next course of action.
Well, the building was obviously an active crime scene. I had no doubt at this point. I was in the lair of what I believed to be a serial killer. I tried to tell Miss Baymer to leave several times. Well, she refused on the grounds that it wouldn't be right to leave me on my own. There wasn't much time to make an issue out of it. My opinion of her was that she was a bit nosy, but basically all right. I think she'd be a liability if she stayed out of my way. I had to make a judgment call as to whether or not I should proceed on my own in case the family was somehow, impossibly still alive, and perhaps in danger, or if I should leave and call for backup. Well, I told my wife where I was going previously, so I knew my absence would be noted and reported if the worst happened. Neither of us could get cell phone reception. Oh, sorry, I'm rambling. Well, it was then that I heard, well, not even a gasp. It was like a gasp, but not really. I don't want to describe it any more than that. There was a sound. It drew my attention further on. Well, I had to act, and that's all that matters. Well, there were some stairs at the very far end of the warehouse, descending into a basement. I told Miss Baymer to remain behind and pulled my service revolver. I had a flashlight on my person as well, and turned it on as I descended into the basement. The basement had been hand dug, maybe even over the course of the entire 20-year disappearance. Don't know. Well, the floor was dirt, and there was a tunnel that retreated back far enough to be supported with struts at regular intervals. When my flashlight first illuminated the stack, God, I wish they'd been dead. I wish he had been a serial killer.
Please, take a moment.
After I recovered, my first thought was, thank God they are all dead. Oh. How am I supposed to go on with my life after this? I'm 64 years old, for Christ's sake. I'm not a young man who can forget things anymore. When you're young, you have this sense that you're invincible and you're never going to die. Well, I don't have that to protect me anymore. Oh, look at me whining. When they had that done to them. God, it's my fault. I should have found them, saved them somehow.
I'm sorry, Hob, I've got to ask. Can you describe the scene?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I can. I didn't know what I was looking at first. Hell, I still don't. It was a stack, maybe 2 feet thick. From the stink and coloring, it was obviously made of flesh. I thought maybe he'd hacked them up and stacked them up in pieces. Jeez, that would have been bad enough. The first thing that alerted me to the truth was the eyeball. On the top of the stack was a perfectly round eyeball in the middle of a socket that had been distorted to the size of a saucer. And that's when I realized what I was looking at. It was 20 goddamn years of torture, basically. He had the entire Driscoll family under those presses for 20 years, keeping them alive on an IV drip, increasing the pressure on them so very slowly that their bodies had time to adapt, until they'd been flattened like pancakes. He squished them by about a 1/4 inch every year for 20 years. Then he pulled them out when they were too broken and wretched to move, without any chance of recovery, and stacked them on top of each other. I've got no idea what for. I don't think I want to know. And I was still thinking, thank God they're all dead, when the one on the top started gasping again.
What did they say?
Nothing at first. Couldn't speak without help. I think it'd have to have been Avery Driscoll. Not that I could tell much about the gender or the age. But the hair was blonde where there was hair, and the head was a mass of scars. I think the son of a bitch who did this must have removed all parts of their skulls. I've got no idea how he got their heads so flat otherwise. Well, not as flat as the rest of the bodies, but flat. Who the hell knows how their brains handled that? Their lips were punctured by teeth everywhere, after the presses had flattened out their noses, I guess. God, Avery was 14 when he disappeared. God, I've stopped shaking now. Weird the way our bodies work, isn't it? Right. What else? Yeah. There was a machine, a sort of pump. I followed a hose with my flashlight and realized everyone in the stack was hooked up to the pump. I don't think they could breathe on their own, you see. Not after a while. There simply wasn't enough volume for their lungs to inflate. There was some sort of opening cut right into each of their chests. There was a switch on the pump. Don't know why I pressed it. I was in a panic. I wanted to do something. Maybe some stupid part of me thought that if I switched it on, they would inflate and be okay. Well, I switched it. It increased the volume of air to the topmost hose. I could hear the pump working harder, which is when Avery Driscoll started to scream. God, he begged me to kill him. He said other things too. It didn't make much sense. He was in pain, and I'd hoped he'd gone insane several years previously.
Oh my God.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly. I didn't know what to do. He wouldn't stop screaming. I believe he was convinced I was his torturer. A closer look at his eye revealed that it was mostly a mess of white scar tissue. God, he was as blind as a bat. Oh, you know, I spoke with some burn victims once. They told me that they managed to find meaning and purpose again after a while. Well, don't know how anyone in the Driscoll family could have done that. I stated my name. I told him I was a detective. I told him I was there to help. I repeated it over and over again, knowing, of course, there was nothing anyone anywhere could do to help. Well, Miss Bamer arrived, drawn by the sound. Before she saw the stack, she told me that I'd screamed and that she'd come to help. But, well, I don't remember having done so. Nevertheless, she arrived. Then she saw the stack and screamed, but I was intent on Avery Driscoll. He was able to hear. He became lucid for a few moments. It was a strain to understand what he said, but I'll never be able to forget it. Please kill me. It hurts. I don't want to be a monster. Please kill me and tell my family I died a long time ago. I don't know if they're still looking for me. Don't let them know what happened to me. Please, kill me. God, he could still cry, and he did, although his tear ducts were too deformed for it to be noticeable. Damn, I should have forced Miss Baymer to leave. That's the only action in the matter which I regret more than failing to solve the case 20 years ago. Not just for her own sake, but for what she did next. I don't think she could have wounded them any more deeply if she'd tried. She took away the last comfort any of them in that stack had. You see, they hadn't been able to speak to one another for 20 years. And she said, "That's all of them, isn't it? That's the entire Driscoll family. They're all alive in there, the whole family." For 20 years, each member of the Driscoll family had been unaware their fellow inmates were the other members of their family. They'd all been holding out hope their family was okay. All been dreaming someone out there loved them and was free from suffering. Do you know what the screams of 6 people tortured over 2 decades, smashed down to a width of 4 inches sounds like when they're all stacked up on top of one another? Sounds like the gates of hell, swinging open.
I think that is enough, Detective Milgate.
Not yet. I shot them. Mercy is hard, but I owed it to them. I'm the one that failed to save them. It only took 1 bullet to go all the way through. I emptied my revolver, though, just to make sure they didn't linger, to give them that final piece. It's the only kindness I had to give them. Well, we left, called for backup after that. Neither Miss Bayman nor I wished to remain with the bodies. I elected not to follow the crime scene investigators back into the basement. I asked if I could make my statement and leave, and after one of them saw what I'd seen, they agreed. Right. May I have my sedative now?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Thank you. Please show in the paramedic. I'll roll up my sleeve. Well, my wife has diabetes, so I'm well aware of the routine. Oh, please make sure you have the same courtesy available for Miss Baymer. She seemed to have it worse than me after. That poor woman couldn't even throw up or cry.
Of course. Do you know where she is now?
Hey, did you try the paper?
Which paper?
Well, the Daily World.
Are you sure? There is no Stacey Baymer on staff with the Daily World.
Beyond the 4 dimensions that man is aware of, there lies a mysterious 5th. It is a realm that is as big in size as the universe itself, and as timeless as eternity. It rests between the depths of man's worries and the pinnacle of his knowledge, and is the nexus between light and gloom, science and superstition. In our story this evening, 4 men attempt to evade the police after committing a robbery. Little do they know that law enforcement is the least of their worries. The Heist by Paul Stefani. The truck squealed as it turned the corner, going into a sharp drift that threatened to topple it and everyone inside. Marvin got back control and pushed hard on the accelerator. The speed quickly climbed along the open city streets, 50, 60, 70 miles per hour. The sound of sirens was loud behind them, and thankfully the area was dead at this time of night. Marvin knew if it came to a choice between a pedestrian or stopping, he'd choose to hit the pedestrian. He didn't want to, of course, but his freedom meant much more to him than the life of a stranger. The police hadn't turned onto their tail yet, so he once again whipped off to a street on the right. It was just as dark and quiet, and he looked frantically around for a good place to hide until the heat died down some. A gravel road went off down a grassy hill and into an unlit area. Part of his brain knew better. It wasn't a good place to turn around if he needed to. He would essentially be blocking themselves in, but the truck was low on gas, and this would most likely be as good a place as he'd find. Hang on, everybody. We're going off-road. He sharply turned off to the right and instantly felt every little bump as the truck careened downward. He shut off his lights as he pulled next to an old building that sat next to an overgrowth of trees and brush. Not quite a forest, but close enough to matter. As the truck slowed and moved off towards the corner of the building, he saw a set of flashing lights drive by. They hadn't caught on to him. Well, not just yet, anyway. He knew he should try to conceal the truck somehow, but didn't have the time to think about it. Maybe if they got into the building and found an old tarp or something, it'd be worth doing, but for now he and his co-workers got out with their merchandise and frantically looked for a way in. The front doors were locked and boarded up, as were the windows, but Marvin climbed up to one of them and began kicking boards out of the way. Finally, he'd had enough room to slide in, followed by the other three. The four of them took a moment to take in their surroundings. It was dark, but as their eyes adjusted, they could begin to make out a warehouse. Racks lined the room, mostly empty, others with random boxes. None of it would help their situation. The sound of sirens off in the distance was good. So far they'd made off with about $900,000 in precious gemstones. "We did it, man," yelled Connor. "Hell yeah, we're set for life," echoed Thompson. "We didn't do shit," came the feminine voice from further away. Naples leaned against the wall, listening for the sounds of traffic. Connor and Thompson both looked at her incredulously. "What do you mean we ain't done shit? We got the goods, got away from the cops. All we gotta do is fence this ice and we split. Real easy," said Thompson, smacking one hand into the other for emphasis. "Yeah, the only real problem now is deciding which bitches get to ride my junk first," said Connor. "Don't be stupid. She's right, y'all," Marvin iterated. "If by some very slim miracle the police don't find us here, you think they ain't gonna find us when we leave? Not to mention you ain't gonna have very many bitches for long with that smaller payday." "What do you mean? It's almost $1 million, Connor laughed, still wrapped up in his delusion. "Not when you divide it by 4, you idiot," said Naples. Fuck. You mean to say we risk felony jail for some measly old quart?" yelled Thompson. "Well, that was the deal from the beginning, asshole. Don't you be getting no remorse just 'cause you're too dumb to see the bigger picture," Marvin said. Thompson began walking up to him, squaring up his shoulders to meet with the older guy. Marvin pulled the pistol out of the back of his pant line, holding it up to his head. The two locked eyes for a while before Thompson chuckled. "I don't need this shit, man. I'm gonna take what's mine and get me away from your goofy ass." Marcus lowered his gun and took out a breath. "Punk." Thompson and Connor began laughing about all the wonderful things they were going to do. Marcus shook his head and made his way to Naples, who was looking over her pistol. "We need to find a place to stash this, just in case we get busted," he said in a hushed tone. "Yeah, that's actually a really good idea. I'm not certain about how our odds are of getting out of here, but I wouldn't bet my life on it just yet. If they do catch us, it could be a good way to knock off a few years at least. I'm going to look upstairs. You look around down here. Keep an eye on them while you're at it. I don't trust them." She nodded and they both made their way to the right side of the building. "You two, stay here and keep a lookout. If you see anyone walking around here, do not start firing, understand? Come get me first." "Yeah, sure thing, boss," said Connor. Marcus and Naples looked to each other one last time and then split up. The stairs led up to an office of some kind, overlooking both the warehouse as well as the production floor on the other side. Most of the machinery was still there, and assembly lines filled most of the floor. The office itself wasn't overly large. A computerless desk sat toward the back with an old, ripped-up chair still sitting behind it. Useless papers were strewn here and there, forgotten by the passage of time. Something odd stood out, though. To the left of the desk, against a wall, sat a large trunk. It was half open, and he could just see that it was empty. That wasn't strange on its own, but it looked brand new, not part of the building. Marcus gave it a quick thought and decided to throw the bag of stolen goods inside of it. If the police did come, odds are they'd probably find it. It was better than nothing. After stashing the sack and seeing nothing else of value, he made his way back out and down the stairs. Halfway down, as a second thought, he turned to go close the box and heard it fall shut and click on its own. Maybe older than I thought, he said to himself, and continued down to meet the others. Thompson and Connor saw Marcus approach, and also noticed his empty hands. "You ain't holding out on us, are you, bro?" asked Thompson. "Man, don't even worry about it. I stashed them just in case we got caught, alright? Hear anything while I was gone?" "Nah, man, it's been as quiet as a grave. Naples is still looking around," said Connor. "Okay, I'm gonna go meet up with her, see what's on the other side. You guys stay sharp." The two nodded once again, and Marcus turned to the production floor. Once he was through the door, they looked at each other and nodded. Thompson walked as quickly and quietly up the stairs as he could. The two had made the plan to grab the jewels for themselves and make a quick split while Marcus and Naples weren't looking. He took a quick look around, heart thumping hard in his chest, and noticed the shut box in the corner. He made his way over to lift the lid. There it was, the bag that would change their lives. Grinning, he reached his hand in for it and tried to pull his hand out when he noticed the moisture lining the bottom. His hand wouldn't budge. It was stuck and pulling hard on his skin. Just as he was about to stand, he heard a low growl and saw long, sharp teeth push through the chest's opening. The lid came down hard on his arm, and he screamed as the teeth sank all the way through his skin and the meat of his arm. He tried pulling harder, but a long tongue wrapped around what remained of his now destroyed limb and pulled him in head first. A few short screams later, and it was all silence. His twitching body was slowly pulled further in until all that remained was the bloody carpet. Marcus and Naples were discussing what their next plan should be when they heard it. They both looked up to the windows in the manager's office, but it was too dark. "Oh, fuck," yelled Marcus. His first thought was that they were caught, but it didn't make sense why someone would be screaming from up there. Then he remembered where he'd stashed the goddamn gems. "Oh, I'm gonna kill that backstabbing son of a..." On the other side of the door stood Connor. He was pale and pointing up the stairs with a shaking hand. Marcus grabbed him by the shirt and shook him violently. "What happened? The fuck is that asshole doing?" When Connor didn't respond, Marcus smacked him a few times. Well, this seemed to snap him back to the world, and he was finally able to talk. "It was all Thompson, boss. He was talking all crazy about taking everything for himself. I saw him going up, but, well, he screamed, and I ain't seen him since." "Useless asshole," Marcus yelled, throwing him to the ground. Naples was already up and in the room. He met her at the door, and they both looked around. Nothing was out of place except a large amount of blood that was soaking into the green carpets. That, and the fact that the chest was now missing. He looked all around for any possible explanation, and noticed the window leading out to the warehouse was open. There was no possible way for anyone to go out without dropping down about 20 feet. Well, it was possible, but how would he have gotten by unnoticed? Why was there so much blood on the floor? Well, it wasn't adding up. "Connor, you sure he didn't come back down these steps?" He nodded dumbly in response. "Oh, fucking useless everyone. Okay, Naples, we're gonna split up and find that double-crossing backstabber, and then we're gonna get the hell out of here." "Believe me, when I get a hold of him, there won't be anything left to give a share to," she growled back. She then pulled out a pistol and ran down the stairs. "Connor, you go to the other side and look for him. I'm gonna stay up here where I can see everything. If I catch you trying to sneak off with him, you're gonna be just as dead as he's gonna be. Got it?" Connor nodded and ran over to the doors going out. He knew something was very wrong here, and that Thompson didn't just flake out on them, but he was glad to be down here and away from that room. At this point, he would have almost welcomed getting arrested. He made his way from assembly line to assembly line, gun rattling in his hands, looking around like a scared little rat. He could swear he could hear sounds, Some sort of movement he wasn't able to make out. There must have been echoes from the other side of the building. Surely there wasn't anything over on this end. Hell, even if he didn't find anything, he'd just stay out of this way anyway. Much safer. The bathrooms were over here too, and he realized he really needed to piss. He was surprised his bladder hadn't burst yet. He ran over to the dark room and to the first urinal he could make out. He undid his pants just in time, and the relief was instant. Tears almost seemed to form in the corners of his eyes as he emptied himself. He was so lost in the moment, he didn't hear the low growls coming from the toilet, or the long dagger-like teeth begin to slide out at the top and bottom of its surface. His joy turned to revulsion as he felt something brush against his leg. He looked down and saw something like a snake with sharp barbs poking out, wrap around his thigh. He screamed and tried to pull away, but, like Thompson, it was like he was superglued to the thing. He gave one hard pull, but it wasn't enough as the tongue pulled him back, and daggers of pain shot through Connor's skin. His screams turned to high-pitched wails as the teeth pushed through the meat and bone of his hip. There was no escaping this thing as he fell to the dust-covered floor. He tried to move away, but his lower body no longer followed his commands, and the thing's tongue pulled him closer still. Connor's body was devoured, and the creature's enamel-looking body turned to a blob-like state. Its mass, which was originally so small, had filled out and was growing quickly. The gelatinous blob crawled up the walls and through a hole in the ceiling. The door burst open as Marcus ran inside, gun drawn. He looked around but couldn't see anything apart from a nasty old bathroom at first glance. Then he noticed the dark color in the center of the dust. He reached down and touched it, feeling it was wet. He smelled it, and it had the iron tang of fresh blood. Naples came in behind him, aiming at anything that could be a threat. "You find him?" she asked. "No, I'm pretty sure the fool's dead. More blood, but no body," he said as he stood and pointed his gun toward the dark stains. "Well, I hate to say it, but we better cut our losses and just go if we don't want to end up like them." She was clearly bitter about the thought of losing close to $1 million. Well, who could blame her? But her life was much more valuable to her. Might not be so bad if they knew what they were up against here, but with nothing to go on but pure freaking vanishing acts, it'd be stupid to wait and find out. Yeah, God, I hate to, but there ain't no way in hell I'm dying in this place. We daylight soon. We're to go back out the front and head south. Nothing but woods once you get toward the edge of the city. Maybe we can make it. With a sigh, she nodded, and they made their way back to the front. "Man, I really wish I had a flashlight," Marcus said under his breath. "I know what you mean, but we'd be a walking beacon. Better to move quietly through the dark," she said in a barely audible tone. They walked to the door, guns drawn, and Naples pushed it open. Through it she didn't see the warehouse, but rather another door, exactly like this one. "Hey, when were there two doors?" she asked, looking over. Marcus looked just as confused when she noticed her hand was stuck. They also noticed the gleaming white teeth begin to form around the door in its frame. "Oh shit! Marcus, help!" She pulled hard, but the door wouldn't budge, and its long, fat tongue pushed out and began to encircle her. Marcus fired round after round into the creature. Well, they seemed to do very little, but with his last bullet, he hit what he thought might have been an eye. The creature screeched in pain, and the tongue unraveled around her. She pulled hard, and her hand came away, but not without losing a large area of skin from her fingers and palm. They both ran back, and she sent every bullet she had into the creature. "It's not working. What the hell is it?" she yelled, throwing the gun into its now melting body. The form became an amorphous blob once again and rolled towards them, corralling them into a corner. "Climb over them belts," yelled Marcus, and the two began making their way slowly to the door behind the thing. It was faster than it should have been, and as they climbed over the final line, the blob attached itself to Marcus's leg. "Let go, you fuck." He desperately pulled and was getting nowhere. The gelatinous form began to form large white teeth, and they sank down just above the knee. He screamed as blood pumped in heavy streams from the severed limb. He went in for another bite, but Naples was able to pull him free. She wrapped an arm around him, and the two went to the front door. She was about to open it when it shot open by itself. "On the ground now." The police officer had a flashlight in their eyes and a gun trained directly on them. Well, they got down as best they could, trying to warn the cops of the monster that was inside, but they were ignored as handcuffs were slapped around their wrists. Naples was taken to the back of a squad car, and they did what they could for Marcus's leg. Detective Norris, who was assigned to the case, pulled up not too long after. "What the hell happened to him?" he asked, looking at Marcus's grievous wound. "Not sure. He was raving about some monster, and then he fainted. Our best guess is they didn't want to split the money and turned on each other. Good thing the gunshots were called in, or we would never have checked out this old place." "Anyone been inside yet?" "We wanted to wait for backup before we cleared it. The other two haven't been apprehended yet. This could get ugly." The sergeant nodded. "Wait here with him until paramedics arrive. You two, I want you to back me up. Everybody clear?" "Yes, sir," they all replied. One of the officers quickly opened the door, and Norris readied his weapon. It was quiet. In a hushed tone, he told them to follow as he walked softly inside. They made their way to a staircase and the ladder that led up to a trapdoor to the same office. He motioned for them to go up the ladder, and he'd take the stairs. Sergeant Norris was no stranger to dangerous situations. This could easily turn bad fast, so he needed to be faster. He moved in as silently as possible, while making good time up to the office, weapon ready to take out any threat. He got to the top, and he found there was none. He looked around the office, seeing no one other than himself. He did notice the blood on the floor, though, still moist, but no trapdoor entrance in the floor. And that's when he heard it. The screams of the other officers coming from below him. In a flash, he was down the stairs and looking at something. He was sure it couldn't be right. The ladder they were on was curling up around both the men. The trapdoor attached to the ceiling was wide open, surrounded with massive white teeth. Saliva dripped down on top of the trapped officers as it slowly pulled them in. Beyond the four dimensions that man is aware of, there lies a mysterious fifth. It is a realm that is as big in size as the universe itself, and as timeless as eternity. It rests between the depths of man's worries and the pinnacle of his knowledge, and is the nexus between light and gloom, science and superstition. In tonight's story, a young student spends 3 months traveling in the most enigmatic of South American nations, Chile. He decides to record his adventures in diary form. This is what he discovered. The Chile Diaries. I recently came back from a 3-month stay at the city of Valparaiso, Chile. It's a very beautiful and picturesque city, and an architecture student's playground. I recommend any of you to visit it if you ever have the chance. But what I'm here to share with you is a number of puzzling activities that occurred to me during my stay there, from October 4th to January 13th, 2009-10. I recorded these in a small diary, and am transcribing them as I go. October 6th, 2009. As my first full day here, I've decided to visit the funiculars. Note, these are inclined cable car-like elevators which were used during the city's mining boom. Now they're an historic heritage and tourist attraction. They work very nicely for their age, but the grinding and groaning makes them sound like they're about to give way at any moment. I wasn't exactly worried, but the locals assured me that they were all completely safe. If anything, it was a lot of fun. Went drinking with my contact later. There are lots of themed nightclubs here. I think I was just drunk, but I heard a lot of clanking and machine noises in the dead of night, around 3 a.m. Later today, I'll ask my contact if the funiculars work at that time for any reason. October 7th, 2009. So I asked M. Note, this was my contact and pseudo-tour guide in the city, if the funiculars work at 3 a.m. He said that there's no reason for them to work at that time. They're tourist attractions. There are 16 working funiculars, 15 for public use and 1 for the hospital's private use in case of emergency. However, it hasn't been used for ages because there are more practical methods to transfer patients and staff now. I didn't pursue this any further, thinking that maybe I'd imagined it. I read the paper that day to see if anything about the funiculars or the hospital elevator was mentioned, but well, it wasn't. Otherwise, it was a fun day, lots of sun. We walked around the main plaza, which is full of street artists, and pickpockets. I got my portrait drawn by one of the artists, and he said it was hard for him to draw foreigners because locals have a special sort of stare, different eyes from anyone else. So now I have an incredibly disturbing portrait of myself with blank spots where the eyes should be. I only paid him half the accorded price. October 11th, 2009. Valparaiso is full of labyrinthine walkways made of cobblestone. They're really thin and cover the whole city, but they're not recommended for walking around at night. Not as much because you might get mugged, but rather because you may get lost. A lot of paths in Valparaiso lead to dead ends or simply end in mid-air. I'm serious. I mostly admired the graffiti in the vine-covered houses. Visited Pablo Neruda's residence, an important Chilean poet and Nobel laureate. There's a lady who tends to her plants very early in the morning. It's weird because she has a very small house. The plants kind of overtake the place, and they have very thick vines, like a piece of jungle was cut out and placed on her front porch. She's short, stubby, wears a flower-patterned dress, and hums songs to herself. Well, she seems nice. October 15th, 2009. Valparaiso has a huge port with lots of gigantic cargo ships unloading their big coloured boxes. Watching all of this go on busy days is more fun than it sounds like. There are also lots of local managed tourist boats, so many of them that they form tight clusters close to the shore, so that you can use them as stepping stones, jumping from one boat to another, and actually get pretty far away from the shore. I took one of these tours and saw some really creepy jellyfish. There's a man who sits on the shore. Apparently he does this every day and is known by people as El Sordo, the deaf man. Well, he doesn't talk when spoken to, but occasionally blurts out short phrases in a very loud voice, which leads people to believe he's deaf. I guess he must be. During my time there, he spoke. It would be very fun to go on one of those ships and hitchhike to Africa or Japan. Wouldn't it be funny if he did it? October 17th, 2009. Got mugged today. It was obvious seeing as I was walking down the plaza in the dead of night. I was trying to hear something from the funiculars again. It was a glue sniffer, I think. Well, they're common here. Fortunately, I didn't have much on me and got out unscathed because someone suddenly appeared on the other end of the plaza and the guy took off. Didn't see who or what he was. He kept on his way and I just ran back to my apartment. October 18th, 2009. M chastised me and reminded me of where I'm not supposed to go at night. Then we went drinking because I guess that's how things are resolved between foolish tourists and angry tour guides. October 19th, 2009. Okay, I heard them again. There are definitely sounds coming out of the funicular dock at around 3 a.m. in the morning. They're very loud, like machines are being crashed against each other down there. What's different is that I heard people yelling over the sounds this time. Again, I read the paper and asked people, and nobody knows what the fuck I'm talking about. Most of them dismiss me as a crazy tourist. There's just no way that nobody else heard that. I don't know if it's the hospital elevator or not. October 23rd, 2009. The deaf guy from the dock has disappeared. He went and sat on that same spot every day for the last 3 or so years, so everyone assumes something bad's happened to him. Nobody knows where he lives. Well, he was probably homeless, or how to contact anyone who knew him. Locals have assumed that he made good on his promise to jump on one of the cargo ships, or drowned in the process. Very cynical about it. Well, I guess he was a pest. October 25th, 2009. Okay, they found him when he got caught in a fishing net. He's all bloated by now, although I didn't see the body. Em just told me over coffee this afternoon. Apparently there were jellyfish wrapped all around him. Oh, could it be that they dragged him to a watery grave? God, that's stupid. Oh, also, the garden lady looked at me weird today. I'm starting to get unnerved by that eyeless sketch. Well, I was thinking it was some quirky souvenir, but, well, now I just want to throw it away. Em says I should keep it. Em's been taking me to a lot of places lately. October 29th, 2009. There haven't been many entries because I've already visited most of the places that I was interested in visiting. Most of the last few days have been eating and drinking with Em, walking around town and joining the locals in various activities, most of which I'm terrible at. I did convince Em to go on the funiculars again to see if I caught anything strange or interesting. I talked to the operator for about half an hour, and he says that the funiculars have never worked that late at night. He did mention in passing that there were originally about 26 of these elevators, many of which were torn down along with the old hospital, which was replaced by the currently working Carlos Van Buren Hospital. Apparently most of this was demolished after it became unusable thanks to the 1985 earthquake. I wasn't aware of this. I was thinking about doing some exploring since I'm getting bored. October 31st, 2009. Halloween's been really fun, but also very strange. When I got mugged, this guy showed up in the distance and saved me. And out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone dressed up, kind of looking at me a couple times. The plaza was full of people in strange costumes, so I never did as much as catch a glance of him. It would have been futile to try and chase him in the crowd. Em dressed up as a jellyfish. No, seriously. He did a bit of a sketch with a friend of his where they make a comedy out of the dead man from the doc's death. It was in pretty bad taste, if you ask me, but Em's sense of humour continues to fascinate me, if nothing else. I asked him about the torn-down hospital in passing, and if any of it was left. Well, it turns out there is. I'm seriously considering doing some exploration now. Yeah, I think I heard the machine sounds again, but I'm pretty sure I was just dreaming this time. November 1st, 2009. I was drunk. I didn't notice that there were vines crawling up my apartment building. Nothing unusual here. I'm feeling pretty heavy-headed and hungover today. We'll ask about the hospital and the lady with the garden. November 4th, 2009. For the last few days I've been gathering information about the torn-down hospital, the non-functional funicular elevators, and the earthquake of 1985. Mostly I asked Em about it, and he gave me some background info, but I was cautious not to press too much, or he'd become suspicious of me wanting to go there. It's a dangerous area for sure, and if I get hurt or killed, it'll be at his expense, so obviously he'll do anything in his power to stop me. Most of the other recon was done at the very beautiful cafes and restaurants overseeing the city. A lot of them are managed by Europeans who backpacked their way here years ago and decided to stay. You know the type. Middle-aged, chain-smoking bohemians. Most of them were here during the earthquake and had seen some pretty scary stuff. Apparently a prison came tumbling down and a lot of the inmates escaped. total chaos. Something similar happened in Chincha, Peru in 2007. Note, this refers to the August 2007 Peru earthquake, where thousands of Chincha citizens also lost their lives and homes. I did some voluntary work there in 2008, and, well, it smelled of death. But most of the info isn't necessary. In reality, I've just been arming myself with courage to go there. Well, the truth is that creepy old place exploration is something I've had the opportunity to do several times, but never went through out of fear. November 5th, 2009. I'm definitely going through with this. I have a basic outline of the area in my head from several reports from locals, and I have a flashlight and a pocket knife ready, although I'm not sure if that would be any use in defending me. Well, if this is my last diary entry, I sure will end up looking like an idiot. Well, I had to cancel an appointment with M tonight, so I fear that he'll be suspicious, but I doubt he'll know where I'm going. He doesn't have any way of contacting me, but hopefully he won't break into my apartment or something. Oh, and I saw something strange today. The sketch artist who drew my eyeless face seems to draw everyone incomplete. I saw him doing a portrait of this woman who was definitely a local, speaking Valparaiso vernacular, and her mouth was missing on her portrait. I guess he's a little crazy, or he thinks it's a cute gimmick. Well, it's sad because, well, my portrait's disturbing factor has gone down now. Okay, it's time to explore. November 23rd, 2009. I fell through the hole and into the basement of the abandoned hospital. Well, M figured that I'd go there and drag me to the functional hospital. I just woke up now. Everything's blurry. Nurses said I shouldn't strain my vision. My Spanish isn't so great, but I know they've been insulting me, as they tend to me. Well, I sort of deserve it for being so stupid. I haven't said anything. However, I remember hearing the sounds. I think I was getting closer. I'm having a strange recurring hallucination where black tendrils start crawling up the room walls of my bed. Someone stands at the doorway laughing sometimes. November 25th, 2009. Feeling a little better now, but still hallucinating or dreaming, not sure. M contacted my family to let them know I'm fine. Family kind of bitched at him over the phone, although I told them it was my fault. They want me to come back as soon as I'm discharged, but I'm not doing it. I offered to pay M the full 3-month fee right then, so he would no longer be responsible for me, but he strangely turned me down. My eyes are having trouble focusing on anything right now, so I'm writing really big. Starting to have auditory hallucinations. I think I'm remembering things about the hospital exploration night slowly, but well, I'm not sure what's real and what isn't. November 30th, 2009. Had a bit of a relapse and was having trouble staying up. The garden lady left me flowers while I was out. M told me. That's so nice of her. Note. The following is in different handwriting. I didn't check previous diary entries during my stay at the hospital, as I was having enough trouble writing, let alone doing any extra reading, and I noticed these only much later. 7. Go home. December 5th, 2009. I've finally been discharged. I feel fine, except I get a little wobbly sometimes because my perception gets distorted. A lot of things seem to have changed in Valparaiso while I was out. I haven't seen Garden Lady tending to her plants. They're growing a bit out of hand. The vines around my building have gotten really out of hand. I asked other residents if anyone was planning on trimming them, but they say it's been like that forever. There's another man who does about exactly the same thing as the guy who drowned. Sits on the port all day and occasionally says things. They say he's just an idiot trying to keep the legend of the man alive. People have been insulting and throwing things at him, but he won't budge. M is, well, a lot more cheerful and go-lucky than I would assume him to be after my accident. I guess he's trying to cheer me up, but he's keeping me on a tight leash at the same time. I think it's over between urban exploration and me. Oh, I've just noticed that the pocket knife I took with me that night is missing. I must have dropped it at some point. My eyeless portrait, which I taped up on my wall, has gotten really musty and old-looking, much more than it should be. I'm not sure if it's the humidity. Maybe that's making the vines grow as well. I've been having recurring dreams about that night at the abandoned hospital. Well, I'm afraid that I'll start mixing fact with fiction, so I won't record them for now. December 8th, 2009. I've been sleeping a lot lately. Well, I can't seem to focus on anything if I remain awake for more than 6 or so hours at a time. Em says it's fine and I should take all the time I need to recover. He'll be taking care of business meanwhile. I hadn't mentioned this out of fear or maybe light suspicion, but I think Em might have some connections to the drug business. I've seen him out of the corner of my eye when he's not with me, and the people he hangs out with are definitely suspicious. That's a big part of the reason why I offered to pay him and end our relationship then and there after the accident. Well, I've been having 3 recurring dreams with minor variations in the past days. Evidently, I've had quite a bit of time to sleep. I'll write these down now as best I can. Right, Dream 1. I'm at the hospital, the real one, not the abandoned one. Nobody else is there and I can't see anything through the windows. Sometimes it's because it's nighttime and there are no lights on. Sometimes it's clear day, but there's simply nothing outside of the hospital. At some point while I walk down the hallway, I suddenly and sharply realize that I've been stabbed in the stomach, and there's black, thick, pus-like ooze flowing out of it. The moment I realize this, the staff comes charging out from literally everywhere and carries me away. I can never remember their faces or any identifying human attributes. They take me to the abandoned hospital, lay me down in a bed in the middle of a dark room, shut the door and lock it. Now at this point, something starts to emerge from under the bed and take form next to it, as if it were a million tiny creatures forming into one giant one. Well, I tend to wake up somewhere along this point. Dream 2. I'm walking down a tight street with buildings on either side. There's some sort of makeshift metal beamwork creating a spider web that connects the roofs of the buildings. From this webwork, there are children hanging, dressed in rags, pointing and laughing. Other times they're holding knives and pointing them down at me in a stabbing motion. Sometimes Emmy's pushing me along as if I were his hostage. Sometimes he's waiting for me at the end of the path. Occasionally he talks, but I can never remember what he says. I always wake up before making it to the end. Dream 3. Oh, I was gonna write this down, but I suddenly forgot it. Well, I remember M is in it as well, and it has something to do with the man that drowned. Oh, there are only flashes and hints. Oh, this seems to evade me. Strange. I think I'm going to look more into those machine sounds. December 11th, 2009. Right. 3 major developments. 1. M has been very dodgy lately. On one hand, he wants to hang out with me, probably to make sure I don't go around trying to get myself killed. But on the other hand, sometimes he'll disappear for a whole day, and I have no way to contact him. He then eventually appears and acts like nothing's happened. I don't want to bring up his disappearances because, well, I'm afraid he'll catch on to the fact that I know he's dealing. Well, I'm fairly sure that he is. 2. The eyeless portrait has really been bothering me lately. Maybe because I temporarily lost my sight after the accident, and the coincidence seems creepy. Maybe because everything else has been a little crazy lately. I threw it out. I went down and tossed it into the trash bin. I turned around and started walking back to my apartment when I heard a really loud crash. A pack of black dogs that looked really starved had just knocked the bin over and were tearing my portrait apart. Maybe they were actually looking for discarded food, but obviously it freaked me out a little. And 3. I'm hearing the machine sounds every other night. I've set up a tape recorder since the sounds are so loud, but they always show up muffled on the tape. Mostly I just hear dogs barking and other normal sounds. I played it for one of the Boho Cafe owners, and he said he spotted nothing abnormal. This is preoccupying because, well, maybe the sounds are in my head. I was hearing them since before the accident, so, well, am I going insane? Someone needs to do something about those vines. They're getting all the way up to the second story and closer to my room. December 15th, 2009. Oh, the garden lady went crazy. She's been yelling at me from the street and I can hear her all the way up here. She keeps yelling at me to go home, to stop tormenting her, to get out of the city. She keeps repeating these things. At first, she sounded angry, but now it's more like she's imploring me. I write this as she continues to scream, so I'm a little shaky while writing it. I already told the super to not let her in. I think he's calling the police or an ambulance. Oh, she's red and shaking really bad. I feel really bad for her. Didn't do anything to her, so there's no reason for her to be doing all this at all, but I'm still worried and scared, and I feel a little guilty. A few pages left blank. They took her away. Another resident assured me that she'd been senile for a while, but he still seemed wary of me. I just realized that I think the man who saved me from that drugged mugger was the sketch artist. He just walked by my building. Oh, I haven't left my apartment all day. Thankfully, he couldn't have seen his portrait in the trash. That would have been unnecessarily hurtful, even if he does draw people without eyes or mouths out of some sick sense of humor. Well, I'm going to sleep all this away now. I have a horrible pounding headache. December 17th, 2009. I finally left my apartment today, and the vines are just below my windows. They've grown thicker and darker, like they've been injected with plant steroids or something. Out of morbid curiosity and slight concern, I checked out the old lady's house. Well, it's abandoned. She's been taken away, and apparently she didn't leave it to anyone. Well, it's covered in these thick black vines, thicker and more monstrous than the ones at my building, like they've been given some more time to grow. Well, they've grown wildly. They're creeping into the house and growing over windows. It's kind of disgusting. It's almost like they pulsate. I asked M, and he said these plants grow sometimes where there's very high humidity, but I haven't noticed them anywhere else in the city. There's a growing sense of urgency in my gut. Somehow I can feel like I shouldn't have thrown that portrait away after all. A few pages left blank. Protecting me? December 20th, 2009. My family's been calling me lately, begging me to come back home for Christmas. I understand their concern, and it's a fair request, but for now I feel like I actually have to do something here. Everything that has transpired is just so scary and weird, so just to let it go and move on with my life as if it had never happened. No, I just want to know what the machine's noises are, and if I really am hallucinating them. What happened to the garden lady, and why there are those vines around her house and my building. Also what the sketch artist was trying to do, and whether they were trying to help. And I've just realized that the sounds come up when M's gone. Oh, I'm sure M fits into this somehow, except I don't know what this is or whether it's something at all. Maybe they're just a string of unnerving coincidences. Maybe I'm just not used to this place, or maybe I'm going insane. But there's just no way I'm leaving now. Not until January at least. December 23rd, 2009. While I was locked in my apartment, cowering in fear of a senile old lady, the imitator disappeared and showed up drowned a day later. You know, the guy who was doing the same thing that the other man was doing before he drowned. Well, he must have been insane as well. Again, covered in jellyfish. Oh, the jellyfish here are really grotesque. Unlike your usual fare, they're very dark blue or violet, almost black, and hardly translucent at all. Really ugly with long tendrils. Maybe they're man-o'-wars? Well, they do float awfully close to the surface. I took another boat tour today to observe them more closely, and even thought of snatching one up to study them, I guess, but, well, they are seriously disgusting. In other news, M is gone again, and I'm ready to go through with my investigation. I think I'm going to visit the hospital, the functioning, normal, definitely not haunted hospital, during the day and just do some snooping around, yes, if I don't get kicked out. At this point I've stopped caring about consequences. I'll be out of here in a couple of weeks anyway. December 25th, 2009. Oh, Merry Christmas to myself. I have a pounding headache and I'm starting to get woozy when I walk for too long again. I fear that my accident may have left me with a condition of some sort. But I'll have to get it checked out when I go back home. I'm a little low on cash. Well, actually, that's a lie. I'm nearly broke. I can't touch the money for the plane trip back. It's Christmas morning and there shouldn't be too many people at the hospital. I'll take a note of anything worth taking note of. December 25th, 2009. Double entry will write while still fresh. Okay, so there is a connection between the hospitals. New hosp, old hosp, hidden inside a machinery room. There wasn't a lot of staff around, so I took a good look around, looking really innocent and carefree. Most people hardly notice my presence. Who goes urban exploring in Christmas? So I actually spotted the one funicular that's reserved for the new hospital. I think I said something about it earlier. And I noticed how it doesn't really lead anywhere. So I also think I saw something weird down there in the chasm of the funicular works. So I took the emergency stairway down to the basement and noticed that there was a really old wooden musty black door towards the end. Armed with little more than a flashlight, I eventually managed to make the door budge. There is a network of vines under the structure. Note, this is underlined twice. Behind that door is a wooden walkway, like a pair of planks suspended over a chasm, and the planks lead to the abandoned hospital exactly to the basement where I fell that night. And in this chasm there are tons of millions of writhing black vines. I saw gears and machinery down there as well, all around me. Maybe it's the inner workings of the funicular system. Oh, and then I heard movement, and I got the fuck out of there. I think this is where the sounds are coming from. It's all extremely sinister. Well, M found me when I fell, so does he know about this? December 26th, 2009. Christmas has come and passed. Suspiciously, M didn't show up. Soon the Valparaiso Festival will begin, which is one big party during the last 3 days of the year. I don't think I'll have much time or space to do anything at that point, so I'll have to work fast. So, first of all, the place was essentially as I described it, although I'm a little more collected now. It's a wide, pitch-black opening that connects the basement to the abandoned hospital and the current hospital. The walkway consists of 2 wooden planks. I couldn't see the bottom of the chasm below. I could see that the walls were covered in vines and there were lots of machinery above and around me. I ran when it started working and left the hospital immediately. I'm not sure what to make of this. They looked like they were moving. The vines, I mean. Were those really jellyfish? December 27th, 2009. Well, it finally happened. I caught M in the act today, sniffing something out of a jar in an alleyway. I turned around and ran away before he could notice me. Whatever was in that jar was extremely potent because I could smell it stink from where I was, and my headaches have been getting worse since then. Only now have I noticed that the vines around my building have extended and wrapped around my room in a sort of spiral formation. One of them is right on my window pane. I took a closer look at it. It looks like it has tiny suckers on it. I'm afraid to touch it. I wonder if this stuff is made into a drug somehow. Well, they don't smell bad though, they just look hideous. I've been hearing the machinery really often now, and not just late at night. I don't know if it's the same effects of the drug, or the paranoia, or the vines, or a combination of everything. From now on, I'm keeping my diary under lock and key, just in case M decides to break in. I'm slightly afraid that he saw me. December 28th, 2009. M looked angry today. He finally showed up and we went to the beach to unwind. Well, he was courteous and told bad jokes every now and then, but he's obviously a different person. I mean, his eyes look a little dead and milky. I guess his addiction has gotten worse. At this point, I am in a genuinely dangerous situation. The best thing is to simply appease any suspicions M may have and go out with him during the following 3 festival days. I've moved my diary to a loose floorboard so that M won't think of trying to break the safe box open, and that's far too obvious. Now, if this is my last entry, what happened to me will almost certainly not have been supernatural. 1st of January, 2010. I can no longer be around M. After the fireworks show yesterday at the pier, he was kind of drunk, but I also think kind of high, and he simply pushed me into the water, just like that. It was cold as fuck, and I started yelling at him for being a retard and a jackass. I'm afraid I may have called him a junkie at some point as well, but I seriously hope not. But when he didn't answer and simply stood there staring at me with that idiot smile, I started asking him to help me out, see if he'd react. There was something wrapping around my ankle at this point, something phantasmagoric and almost not there. I know that as soon as it touched me, I felt this surge of something. I can only compare to when I got accidentally electrocuted at the age of 12, except it was infinitely more pleasant. But at the same time, it was a sort of pleasure that grew boundlessly and immediately became scary. Half-heartedly, I continued to yell at M. He finally, almost grudgingly, pulled me out. Whatever was wrapped around my ankle seemed to disintegrate, like it wasn't really there. Well, maybe I was drunk, but I'm simply not going to accept that possibility at this point. January 2nd, 2010. I passed by the garden lady's abandoned house again today. It's a complete disaster. Looted, windows broken, and the vines have grown madly out of control, but it looks like someone's chopping them off at the same time. The vines around my apartment have stopped growing, but sometimes the boards and windows groan, like they're actually tightening their grip around the building. This is completely ridiculous. M stopped by my apartment today. He looked angry. I put on a poker face. He demanded the entire sum of the 3-month tour because he wasn't going to keep worrying about idiots like me. Well, I didn't reply. I simply grabbed the cash, shoved it into his hands, and said goodbye. He kept asking why I wouldn't remove the chain lock on the door and let him in. Oh, his eyes were bloodshot. I simply shut the door, and he stood out there insulting me for a while, but then left. The other residents minded their own business for the most part. January 4th, 2010. I've just realized that I slept through all of yesterday. My headache won't recede, although at least it hasn't gotten any stronger. If anything, it's tolerable. My room has become really dirty and a bit smelly. I think it might be the vines. I keep asking the super and the other residents when the hell they're going to do something about it because it's stinking up the place, but they simply look at me strange and whisper a few words to make me go away. The super asked me if I needed money for food yesterday. Well, I've been throwing up a lot, so I guess I look a little scrawny. Maybe I should take a bath, but I think the pipes are clogged. Hell, it wouldn't surprise me if it's the fucking vines. I haven't left the room in a while now. Someone knocked on my door a few hours ago and asked what was wrong with me. I replied that nothing was. They asked again, softly, and I repeated my reply, and they left. I'm starting to feel like I'm missing out on something here. Oh, and yes, the machinery's sound is constant now, all day, all the time. I've given up asking people about it. It's such a normal part of my routine that I hardly even remember that it's there. I'm surprised of how well I'm functioning despite this and the headache. January 6th, 2010. I've been feeling weak lately. I have enough food to last me for a while, so I don't really have to leave the apartment. There's more groaning, and the machine sounds are intensifying. January 7th, 2010. I look a little skeletal. I think I need to shave one of these days. Maybe I just look unkempt and a little pale, and that's why nobody wants to talk to me. You know, there's not much sunlight getting into this room because it's like the vines are going out of their way to cover my windows with their slimy, thick shit. I've given up going out. I've given up on my investigation. Note, that word is underlined. I find myself longing for M's company. Oh, I also get flashes of the hospital. But I don't know which hospitals. I think it's just one hospital and people only see like one, and for some reason I see both of them. Fell asleep in the tub today. Woke up freezing. I still feel dirty and sweaty and musty and old. January 8th, 2010. I know I should get checked in. I know, I swear I know, but I don't want to go to the hospital because I'm afraid they'll take me to the other hospital. And I know this is irrational. I know, but I still don't want to. I don't want to leave this room. January 10th, 2010. I've changed my mind. I want to go home. Lots of people knocked on my door today and I scared them away with a type of voice I didn't know I had. I threw things at the door and eventually they went away. I want to book an earlier flight, but I can't. Oh, I crave for something, but I just don't know what. I can't keep food down. January 11th, 2010. Too tired to write. I'm incapable of an erection. I think. Oh, and diarrhea. January 12th, 2010. Today my next door neighbor came with a doctor who resides in the building. They said they'd help me, but I said I didn't understand because, as far as I know, I didn't need any help. But if you could do something about those vines, that'd be nice, I said. Also, make sure that M doesn't come back because I don't want him around, I said. Long pause. Stressful silence. The apartment groaned. They insisted and I yelled at them, again with this voice I didn't know I have, that my flight would be here tomorrow and they wouldn't have to deal with me and they could live in their stupid city the rest of their lives in peace with their vines and their drugs, oh, and their crazy hospitals. Finally, they left. They just want me out of here. It's okay, I understand it. It was cute at first, but I overstayed my welcome. It only saddens me that I'll never get to the bottom of this. And that was the final diary entry. On the flight back, I vomited thick black bile 3 times. I was rushed to the hospital as soon as I got off the plane, where I began to apparently bleed from pretty much everywhere. There's still nothing conclusive about what happened to me. The doctors at least provided 1,000,000 different possibilities, but not a single concrete answer. They also tested me for drug use. My parents described how I looked to me. Apparently I was absolutely ghoulish. Pale skin, hadn't shaved in weeks, emaciated, skeletal. In short, 1,000,000 times worse than I thought when I looked at myself in the mirror. As I took a cab to the airport that last day in Valparaiso, I saw the lady's house one more time. Someone was chopping the vines off, the thick juicy parts, and putting them in a bag. Was it M? Oh, I don't know, but I thought so for a second. Beyond the 4 dimensions that man is aware of, there lies a mysterious 5th. It is a realm that is as big in size as the universe itself, and as timeless as eternity. It rests between the depths of man's worries and the pinnacle of his knowledge, and is the nexus between light and gloom, science and superstition. In tonight's story, we visit Christina, a young woman whose husband sadly passed years before his time. She dreams of him constantly and wishes to find a way to connect to him beyond the grave. Every night, Christina would dream that her husband was still alive. The dream would be so real for Christina. In Christina's dream, she would think her husband was dead, but then she would see him standing right in front of her on a busy street, smiling at her. Christina would run across the street toward her husband. But before she could embrace him and kiss him, her dream would end. The state executed the man who shot Christina's husband, and Christina witnessed the execution. The only one who stood by Christina's side was her older sister, Pamela. Pamela would always support and comfort Christina through hard times, and Christina needed her sister's support. She wanted to visit a psychic, and she wanted Pamela to come with her. Christina had heard stories about psychics contacting dead loved ones. The young woman thought she could reunite with her deceased husband through a psychic. She thought she could get the answers behind her husband's death. Well, Christina's sister didn't believe in psychics. Pamela didn't believe that psychics could contact dead loved ones. She thought they were fake, like Las Vegas magicians. She didn't want her sister to give money to a psychic. Pamela and Christina were sitting in the living room of a psychic's house. Christina had her 6-year-old daughter, Brianna, sitting on her lap. The little girl was with her father when he was killed. She was in the back seat of her daddy's car, and she was being taken to school. Brianna remembered laughing and singing with her father that morning. She never saw the face of the man who shot her daddy. She only saw a burly, masked man walking up to her father's car with a gun. "I'm only doing this because you're my sister and I love you," Pamela said to Christina. "I don't believe in this psychic stuff, and I think you're wasting your money." Pamela lightly fussed at her sister. "I appreciate you doing this," Christina said, while resting her hand on her sister's knee. "I know you think I'm an idiot for doing this, and I love you for supporting me anyway." And Christina meant what she'd said to her sister. She leaned over to hug Pamela, and she found solace in her sister's embrace. "I love you too." Pamela kissed her. "I also love my little baby princess," Pamela said to her niece through a smile. "I still think bringing Brianna to see this psychic was a bad idea." Pamela didn't let her displeasure stop her from kissing her niece and her sister, though. "It's funny that she said I looked like Marilyn Monroe with a nose ring." Christina laughed while mentioning how the psychic complimented her looks. Christina thought it was adorable how the old lady told her she was beautiful like her daughter. "I agree with her. You look like Marilyn Monroe with a nose ring." Pamela giggled while reaching over and touching her sister's arm. She wanted to say something else to Christina, but she held her tongue when she saw the old psychic walk into the living room carrying a tray of shortbread cookies and 3 glasses of iced tea. "I hope you girls are hungry. I made some shortbread cookies and sweet tea." The old psychic, whose name was Carol, presented her refreshments to Christina, Brianna, and Pamela with a whimsical enthusiasm. The old lady sat the tray of cookies and tea down on a table in front of Christina. She straightened out her bright yellow 1960s retro-style dress before sitting down in a recliner. "Oh, I love shortbread cookies," Christina exclaimed. She watched as her daughter quickly reached in to grab a cookie. I can feel how much you miss your husband. Carol rested her hand on Christina's knee. The psychic wasted no time and went into her spiritual trance, but she made it, look normal. I can sense a tragedy. The man in your life died unjustly. He was a good young man. He was a good husband to you and a wonderful father to his daughter. I keep hearing the name, Brian. Was that your husband's name, darling? Carol asked her a question, but the old psychic already knew that she was on point, judging by the astonished look on Christina's face. Christina slowly put her hand over her mouth while trying not to cry. Brian was my husband's name, the young woman answered through a gasp. She couldn't believe how quickly Carol fell into her spiritual talents. A man shot your husband, is that correct? Carol asked through a soothing, experienced voice, which was just as relaxing as a tropical rainfall. Christina nodded. Yes, a man shot my husband while he was sitting in his car. Christina paused for a second, and she gulped while feeling tears boiling in her eyes. My daughter saw her daddy get killed. She was in the car with him. My poor baby saw everything. Christina bit her bottom lip after saying that, and she wiped away a tear that cascaded down her cheek. I'm sorry for crying. Christina giggled while holding tears in her eyes, and she smiled when the old psychic reached out and touched her face. You have nothing to be sorry about, darling, Carol whispered while helping Christina dry her face. The state executed the man who killed my husband. I was sitting in the witness room during the execution. It was the hardest day of my life. My sister was with me. She helped me get through it. Christina looked around at Pamela, and she took hold of her sister's hand. Pamela took a deep breath after her sister reached over to touch her hand. She caressed Christina's hand while locking her eyes on the psychic. I came here because I was hoping you could answer my question, Christina continued after holding and kissing her sister's hand. Is my husband at peace? Christina's soft voice trailed off into a grieving sigh. Carol gave Christina a comforting smile. The graceful wrinkles on her face complemented her embracing smile. I understand your question, darling. I will answer your question. Carol patted and caressed Christina's hand, and the old woman's smile was like a gorgeous vintage painting that you didn't want to take your eyes off of. Well, Pamela wanted to keep holding her sister's hand, but her body tightened and she breezily withdrew hers when Carol went back into a psychic trance. I can see, Carol gasped. The psychic had her eyes closed while holding Christina's hand. I can see... What is it? Christina leaned forward, closer to Carol, gripping the old lady's hand. Oh, I didn't have to call him. He was already there. My God, he's a handsome young man. Carol gasped from amazement. You can see him. Please, tell me. Christina was eager to know what Carol was seeing beyond her closed eyes. The young widow didn't mean to raise her voice at Carol, and she apologized. I'm sorry, I just want to know. It's okay, darling. Carol showered her sweet voice all over Christina. I see your husband. He's standing before me. Carol's voice drifted down into a calming whisper. He looks happy. He's so handsome, and he's wearing a black leather blazer and blue jeans. Carol gave her description of Brian. Oh, he wore his black leather blazer on the morning he was killed, Christina whispered while cleaning tears off her face. Daddy! Brianna shouted with excitement. The little girl looked around the living room to see if she could spot her father. Well, in the child's mind, she thought her daddy was invisible. Why can't I see my daddy? Brianna asked to the psychic curiously. Oh, you can't see him, honey, because he only wants me to see him. He's in the spirit world, Carol told the child. He sees you, though. He said, tell my little buttercup that Daddy says hi and that he misses you. Carol told Brianna through a short, delighted laugh. "Oh, I miss you too, Daddy," Brianna shouted. And the little girl became overwhelmed with excitement when she knew that the old lady was speaking to her father. "He wants me to tell you he will always be with you and that he loves the little sunflowers on your dress." Carol continued to deliver the news to Brianna. "He wanted me to tell you he's sorry about what happened that morning. He said you and him were in the car singing the theme song to Sesame Street. He says that he misses singing Sunny Days with his little buttercup. He wants me to tell you that Daddy will always love you." Carol felt water in her eyes while she was telling Brianna everything that her father wanted her to say. But Pamela felt creeped out by the moment. The woman stood up and she broke into a nervous sweat while listening to the psychic. "Oh, he wants your daughter to cover her ears," Carol continued. "There's something he wants me to tell you, but he doesn't want Brianna to hear it." The smile was melting off Carol's lips. "Brianna, cover your ears, baby," Christina told her daughter, obeying her husband's orders. After doing so, she didn't know what to expect next. "Your husband has something he wants you to know." Carol's eloquent and grandmotherly voice filled the atmosphere in her living room. "First, he wants me to tell you he loves you so much and that he misses your touch and your kiss." Carol moaned sorrowfully after she repeated what Brian's spirit wanted her to say. "Oh, I love you too, baby. I miss you so much," Christina shouted out to her husband's spirit while wiping tears from her face. "Did he hear me?" Christina asked Carol with urgency in her trembling voice. She released a joyous laugh through her tears when Carol replied to her with a nod of her head. "I heard you, honey," Carol whispered to Christina while caressing the woman's hand. "He said that you and Brianna will always be his babies, and he loves the both of you more than anything." Carol paused for a minute while taking a deep breath. "There's something he needs to tell you, and he says it will be disturbing." Carol's voice became firm, but it never lost its gentleness. "What does he need to tell me?" Christina wished she could hear her husband's voice. The young woman made sure that her daughter's ears were still covered. Carol licked her lips while cradling Christina's hand in both of her sweaty palms. "It's about his murder. He's telling me that his murder wasn't random. It was an assassination." Carol was delivering the news to Christina as fast as she could. She could still see the spirit of a tall, dark and handsome man standing before her and instructing her on what to tell his wife. "What's he talking about?" Carol's words had confused Christina. Her heart was pounding against her chest and her throat was so dry that when she swallowed it felt like someone was pinching her esophagus. "Keep your ears covered, baby," Christina repeated to her daughter while reaching over her little girl to grab her glass of iced tea. Pamela was still standing, and the sweat from her body was soaking her white dress. The woman's heart was thumping in her throat, and she wanted to stop the psychic, but she couldn't talk. All she could do was reach for her purse. "He says that the man who shot him was a paid hitman." Carol's voice trembled a little as she continued speaking. "Your husband tells me that a woman paid the man who killed him. And the woman was yours." But before Carol could finish her sentence, she heard a loud click echo through her living room. Christina swallowed hard when she looked around to see her older sister pointing a loaded semi-automatic pistol at Carol. "Don't say another word," Pamela hissed at Carol after pulling the gun out of her purse. "You were going to tell her everything?" Pamela broke down in tears while keeping her gun steady on Carol's face. "How did you know? How was he talking to you? He's supposed to be dead." Pamela gulped while shaking her head in disbelief. Carol stayed calm in the face of Pamela's handgun. "Oh, if you shoot me, it won't stop the truth from coming out, darling." Carol spoke calmly. The old lady wasn't afraid of dying, and she knew that her psychic abilities would come at a cost. "You stupid old woman," Pamela roared at the psychic. "Pamela, baby, what are you doing? You're scaring your sister and your niece. You know that, right?" Christina spoke forcibly to her sister, and she tried not to fall into shock. "Give me the gun, Pam." Christina slowly stood up after moving her daughter off her lap. "I'm so sorry, Christina," Pamela sobbed, and then the woman aimed her gun at Christina. She didn't want to point the gun at her sister, but it was an involuntary movement of her arm. Christina slowly approached her sister with caution. She couldn't believe that she was negotiating with her sister over not shooting her. "I loved him too," Pamela told her sister, with tears streaming down her face. "You were at work one morning when I came over to see him. He didn't expect me to show up at the house." Pamela paused while wiping a few tears from her face. "Oh, he looked so sexy in his bathrobe. He made me coffee and we talked for an hour." Christina lost her voice for a minute while listening to Pamela confess that she'd had feelings for her husband. "I told him I was lonely. I wished he was mine." Pamela kept her gun aimed at her sister, and she would back away every time Christina would take a step toward her. "When your husband hugged me, I tried to kiss him, but he pushed me away. He told me he couldn't be unfaithful to you. Well, I got mad and I slapped him. He threw me out of the house after that." Christina was listening to her sister, and she couldn't take her eyes off the gun. The young woman kept seeing the gun accidentally going off. She kept seeing someone getting killed in her living room, but she didn't know who it would be. Carol saw something tragic happening in her living room. Since the psychic could see the future, she saw someone being killed in her house. It was a frightening vision of what was to come. While keeping herself calm, the old lady stood up from her recliner and she made her way over to Christina's daughter. Carol wrapped her arms around Brianna when the child cried. She gripped the little girl in her arms while saying a prayer under her breath. I paid a man to kill Brian. I disguised myself so the man couldn't see my face. I'm Brian's actual killer. When you're the big sister, you feel that everything should be yours, including your sister's husband." Pamela released a maniacal laugh, and tears caused her mascara to run down her chin. Her slender and haggard face, that was once beautiful in her youth, was now twisted unnaturally, like a mental patient who was going through electric shock therapy. "You paid a man to kill my husband?" Christina asked in disbelief. "My baby had to see her daddy get shot in his head because of you?" Christina pointed back at her daughter, with her voice elevating. Pamela never said a word. She kept her gun aimed at Christina, and she didn't want to pull the trigger, but she was prepared to shoot her if she attacked her. "You hate me that much? I thought you loved me. I thought you loved Brianna. You killed her daddy." Christina kept talking softly, but she couldn't look at her sister anymore. Christina could feel her heart crumbling. "I'm sorry for killing your baby. I loved your husband too," Pamela said while gritting her teeth. She cut her eyes toward Carol, and she felt her hostility toward the psychic arise again. "It's all her fault. She did this." Pamela fell into a rage while burning her stare into the old lady. Christina watched as her sister aimed the gun now at Carol. "Pam, give me the gun. Please don't shoot in front of Brianna." Christina pleaded with her sister, hoping her words would diffuse the situation. "Oh, you old psychic bitch," Pamela hissed at the old lady. Pamela tightened the grip on her gun, and she was about to pull the trigger, but she hesitated. "Mommy!" Brianna screamed as she watched her auntie aim her gun back at her mother. The little girl wanted to run toward her mom, but Carol clenched her small body in her arms. "It's okay, honey. It'll be okay," Carol whispered to the little girl while holding the child against her chest. Carol cradled the child as she tried to use her arms to shield Brianna from the violence that was unfolding in her living room. "I'm sorry for what I did to you, Brianna." Pamela whispered her last words to her sister before raising the gun to her head and pulling the trigger. An explosive pop echoed throughout the room. "Mommy!" Brianna freed herself from Carol and ran toward her mother, embracing her. "Hi, baby," Christina whispered down to her daughter. She lifted her daughter up into her arms, with her widened eyes stuck on seeing her sister's body sprawled out on the living room floor. Carol stood up from her sofa. She calmly walked toward Christina and her daughter. The psychic caressed Christina's arm before saying to the young woman, "Your husband wanted you to know the truth, darling. He's at peace now." Beyond the 4 dimensions that man is aware of, there lies a mysterious fifth. It is a realm that is as big in size as the universe itself and as timeless as eternity. It rests between the depths of man's worries and the pinnacle of his knowledge, and is the nexus between light and gloom, science and superstition. Well, they say that everyone carries their demons with them. In tonight's story, we'll see how true that is. The last drive-in theater I ever visited. This is the story of a monster. My name's Harold Brown. I'm 6'1", built like a Viking. Short and thick tree trunk legs, huge torso, big paunch. Thick blonde hair, blue eyes, hair everywhere, and gigantic arms capped by ham-sized fists. Suffice to say, when I go to Renaissance fairs, it's always as William Wallace. I go to a university in California, one of the last good ones, a hidden gem, really. And 5 months ago, I met my girlfriend, Cassandra. How we met is the stuff of, at once, dreams and nightmares. I was behind her in a drive-thru late at night and saw some guy climb into her car. I followed after her, frantically honking and flashing my brights to get her attention, but she evaded me, not knowing of the monster hiding behind her. Because I grew up on the farms and ranches surrounding this town, I quickly located the back roads they'd gone down and called in the police. Cassandra was still alive, and I met with her again after she was released from the hospital. Yeah, I knew I had to ask her out after the cops tried to take the bag of fast food that was in her car for evidence, and she ferociously snatched it back and mauled the burger in half a minute, in spite of being stark as and red as a tomato from head to toe, thanks to the bleach she'd been dunked in by that psycho. Coffee, movies, the great hole-in-the-wall restaurants I know around town, none of which were drive-through, since she'd officially sworn off of them. And whatever else a pair of students on a shoestring budget could manage. Her cascade of wine-red hair, which reminded me of my field of study, her mother-of-pearl skin and her vibrant blue eyes all marked a young woman who knew her way around an animal cell. I'd regale her with talk of wine and winemaking, geekery, the time I was shot while working as a security guard at the Santa Barbara County Fair and Expo, and books I grew up with. Star Wars' Expanded Universe, Raptor Red and Snow Crash, if you must know. And she would bless my ears with descriptions of cellular mitosis, Star Trek, which got her into science because Mr. Spock's her hero. Oh, and Mystery Science Theater 3000. I was already a fan, but she helped me truly appreciate the skits in between the movie segments. She called me her big Viking wolf. I call her my little Spitfire fox. To be honest, I probably wouldn't have met or talked to her or any other girl there at that university. It's not that I'm shy. Of the Myers-Briggs personality types, I'm an INFJ. Introverted, intuitive, feeling, judging. The rarest of them all. Great privacy, but great empathy. A healer, a crowd pleaser, but someone preferring their alone time and their own headspace. But more than just that, I struggle with feelings of intense self-hatred, none of which manifest on the surface because my nurturing nature doesn't want to spread that around. How do I find validation? Through helping others. Counseling helped and probably saved my life, but that self-hatred still pops up. All of it prompted by a traumatic 3 years when I was 9 at the hands of an ex-sister-in-law. But for now, these days, I'd managed to find a wonderful young woman who saw past my imperfections to the person under the carefully constructed mask. Dating bliss at last. We had to be careful though. In our town there's a significant homeless population and some gangs too. Most of the latter didn't bother with students, unless someone was behind on a drug tab, and most students' vices were beer and video games. And the former, well, they were usually pretty chill. There's even a mural of one, dubbed the Pirate, thanks to his eye patch and haggard demeanor. Every time a student would see him, they'd pump a fist and shout, "Arr, matey," and the pirate would shout, "Arr, matey," back. Nice guy. Loves Dos Equis beer, and if you buy him a drink or sandwich, he'll regale you with stories from his time working on a freight ship that are so outlandish and so ridiculous, they absolutely must be true. Unicorn Man. So named for the single dreadlock sticking up from his head at all times. He was a professor at the university until something he was researching just broke his mind. The Cop, named because of the tattered police shirt and cop hat he wore, was an abandoned Down syndrome baby, but the man could be trusted to walk women safely home on dark and frightening nights. Yeah, real class act, the Cop. Then there's some of the unsafe ones. The Martian, who thinks aliens are going to invade. Pigpen, who's only held together by all the parasites he carries holding hands. And Tapeworm, who was a dried-up, crap-spattered tail sticking out of his hands that's composed of the half-dead tapeworms dangling out of him. He keeps yelling about how his son was taken by polar bears. He was just a student that cracked from pressure and never went home. He'd become violent towards anyone with a small dog or cat, demanding they give him his son back and spend a night in jail. Once upon a time, we had institutions that helped these people, but because a relative few psychos turned them into their own personal Dr. Mengele playgrounds, they mostly got closed down. Things everywhere would have been different if these folks got the help they needed. But, I digress. One evening, when we'd finished our studies over a plate of taquitos and guacamole that had grown cold and limp and dark green, respectively, Cassandra looked up from her book and shut it with a heavy thud. "Let's go see a movie," she exclaimed, grinning that adorable way that she did. "Oh, as long as it's not the Star Wars prequel," I groaned. She scoffed, as if you even had to say it. "After what Jar Jar Abrams did to Star Trek, I'm not wasting time on that hooey." See? Dream woman. "Okay, so, how about Ant-Man?" I asked. "Oof, I haven't seen much in way of the Marvel movies." She shrugged. "Got one you want to see then?" I asked as I stood up, slipping my huge work boots on. The boots Cassandra joked could be used as lifeboats in the event of a catastrophic flood. "I don't know. What do you want to see?" she asked, twirling a strand of that red hair around a finger. Very helpful, Foxy. Mad Max Fury Road sounds like fun, I supplied. She tilted her head in thought. I'd shown her all 3 movies after I discovered our mutual love of Fallout, and she liked Thunderdome the most. I'm more of a Road Warrior fan myself. "Okay, Fury Road it is," she chirped. It was wonderful to see her cheering and smiling like this. She was shaky and paranoid the first month after her ordeal, but, time dates, and distracting schoolwork and recreation has got a way of helping you forget the horrors that have been visited upon you. I checked the listings on my phone, and the only showing that would conclude at a civilized time was at a drive-in theatre. It had been in town for as long as anyone could remember, near a trailer park. Every Sunday, there'd be a swap meet there, and on occasion, we'd pay a visit to see what second-hand goodies we could find. I mentioned this, and Cassandra hesitated, biting her lip anxiously. "Hey, it's all right. We can wait for another showing. We'll find another movie," I said with a smile, scratching my fingers up and down her back the way she liked. No, it's okay. Let's go. I shouldn't let some scary crap define me for the rest of my life." She shot to her feet, a fist melodramatically thrust in the air. God, what a dork. What a beautiful, wonderful dork. Taking my truck, we stopped at a gas station on the way to grab snacks. Since movie theater snack prices are usually somewhere between kidney and firstborn child. But, at Cassandra's insistence, we got fresh popcorn from the concession stand. I've got to support the local business after all. Fortunately, we like our popcorn the same way, drenched in that fluid they somehow get away with calling butter, and generously salted to the point that the mere sight of the torso-sized tub of pop kernels caused our arteries to shrivel up like twigs. Armed with our gas station candy, sodas and popcorn, we drove to a spot, tuned the radio to the drive-in frequency, and relaxed. Ahead of us, another couple in a little blue Prius were watching, frequently tearing themselves away to steal kisses while the cocker spaniel dog in the back stole mouthfuls of popcorn. Well, I relaxed. Cassandra kept reaching into her purse to feel the comforting grip of her taser, the same one that had ended the life of her would-be murderer. She eventually settled down, sampled some popcorn, nibbled on her Snickers bar, and sipped at her soda pop. The film was extremely exciting, and it drew Cassandra in. I kept looking over at her, making sure she felt comfortable and was enjoying herself. That was more important to me than the film. Around the time Max blew up the guy decked out in ammo, I want that hat now, by the way, the intermission came. 15 minutes to get out of the car, relax, get a snack, or use the facilities. Cassandra needed the latter most, and before asking me to go with her, I offered to escort her myself. Making sure I locked my truck, smiling reassuringly at her, I took her along to the restrooms. One of these brick affairs set up near the same building they kept the projectors in and sold concessions from. I waited outside and surveyed the dark landscape of cars, watching snacks and drinks dance invitingly on the screen. Yeah, real subtle. I leaned against the bricks near the women's restroom entrance, gazing up at the stars. You can make out most of them, given the small size of the towns around here. I heard jingling and clicking approaching from the drive-thru and glanced down, seeing the dog, that popcorn-stealing cocker spaniel, trotting along, leash trailing behind it. Uh-oh, looks like we got a jailbreaker, I exclaimed with a laugh, bringing my giant boot down on the leash before leaning down to seize it. Let's get you back to your folks, silly boy. I walked the dog back towards our spot, and noticed the car ahead of my truck had its driver door wide open and was completely empty. I glanced towards the concession stand, spotting a few people, but none of them looked like the couple from the car. I started to walk towards it, when the dog became immediately agitated, barking, growling, and making a real fuss. Easy now, buddy. It's all right, I consoled the unhappy canine. I'm sure they're okay. That sounded like a hollow lie even to myself. I slowly rounded the back of the couple's car and peered into the cabin. It was completely dark, so I fished out my phone and turned on the flashlight, shining it into the parked Prius. Dark, red, soaking the upholstery and the console. Oh my God. I saw a bloody hand sticking out from under the car, and the dog let out a mournful whimper. I scooped him up under one arm and scrambled like the devil himself when nipping at my heels, darting back to the concession stand. I banged a fist on the door to the women's restroom. "Occupied," Cassandra snarled from inside. "Give me a minute." "Cassie, baby, lock the door in there. Don't unlock it," I bellowed, then staggered to the concession stand, scaring the crap out of the poor, acne-riddled freshman with dark circles under his eyes, manning the place. "Holy shit, dude," he yelped, bloodshot eyes widening in surprise. "Listen, call the police. Someone's been hurt," I yelled. He stared at me for a few moments, jaw slack. What?" A skeptical mumble struggled its way from his mouth. "Murder. Call cops freaking now," I bellowed, banging my fist on the counter for emphasis, then ran all the way back to the truck, panting hard. I tossed the dog into the back and snatched Cassandra's taser from her purse. I spun around just in time to see a dirty, haggard face framed by stringy, greasy hair and a pair of venomously angry, dark brown eyes boring into mine. I got a half second to let out a startled shout before I felt a cold impact in my abdomen, accompanied by a rigid stiffness. It was tapeworm, and he just buried an old kitchen knife in my belly. I could tell it had penetrated abdominal muscles, but where the knife wound up, it was mostly adipose that was pierced. And the thick shall inherit the earth. I'm a gentle soul by nature, and can count on one hand the number of fights I've been in. One time when I was in 4-H, one more thing I have in common with Cassie, I held off a gang of kids from beating up my little brother. At Boy Scout camp, I got into a fight with a big lummox who picked on me excessively. And thirdly, I was shot in the torso by an idiot punk with his idiot girlfriend because they wanted to get into the fair after closing hours. I did the same thing when stabbed that I did when shot. I became enraged. I have a deep-seated rage issue stemming from a ruined childhood at the hands of the ex-sister-in-law, the one I mentioned earlier, who tortured me whenever no one was around. From between when I was 9 years old to when I was 12, when my brother divorced her for unrelated reasons, well, I never told anyone what happened, save for the counselors, and frankly, that's a lengthy story for another time. But I always found outlets for that rage, so it never controlled me. Games, a little time at the sharpshooting range, a little kickboxing. It vented perfectly. But when this poor, broken and delusional man stabbed me, it was something he immediately regretted. My vision reddened and I leaped forward, the same way I had after that chisel-jawed punk put a bullet in me. I brought my fists down on him, muscle toned from long hours on the farm and ranch I grew up on, burning as I struck him across the face as he screamed. "Son, get out the truck. Run away, boy. Get help," he cried to the cocker spaniel whose owners he'd butchered in a delusional stupor as I rained one blow after another down on him. You know that little bit of restraint you have? That restraint that keeps you from putting your full potential strength into a blow. That well-trained part of your superego that's told you it's not good to hit people. Well, in that moment, as in the 3 fights of my life before, that restraint fell away as I broke his jaw, cracked his cheekbone, felt his ribs crack under my unrelenting and brutal assault, as all the built-up rage, frustration, and grief inside me poured out into this man. Somewhere in all this fray, the knife had come out of me, and I was bleeding all over. By the time the police arrived, I was standing over him and was bringing a size 13 triple E work boot down on his femur, snapping it like a toothpick. All the while, the movie continued. Seems the kid in the booth was too shaken to think to turn it off. And while Immortan Joe was driving his souped-up hot rod on the big screen, the rest of the drive-in's patrons watched on, oblivious to the mayhem happening less than 100 feet away. The cops shone their light on me. I heard them bellow at me to stop, and when I looked up at them, the rage burned still. And according to the dashcam footage I later saw, thanks to a friend of the family in the police department, they had just cause to believe I was about to attack them. This distraction, though, was enough for my gentle side, what I hope is my real self, to grab the reins again. The adrenaline rush ebbed, and after taking one step, my strength left me, like the blood of mine pooled around my feet. I collapsed. I have faint memories of Cassandra walking alongside the gurney that the paramedics had managed to get my giant self onto, holding my hand. She called me her warrior, her protector, her knight in shining armor. Please, no, baby, don't call me those things. She rode with me to the hospital, and I woke up to her and my family gathered around. Cassie's dorm mates were even there. Nicole, the activist girl, Jeannie, the nice but bubble-headed beauty queen who had yet to pick a major, and the perpetually cheerful and extra thick goth, Gloria. My brothers joked about how I needed to get a slash on my torso, and my battle damage would be complete after I've been shot and stabbed now. Mum and Dad were their usual supportive selves. Cassandra kept calling me brave, heroic, and mighty. No, I'm none of those things. The detective who came to interview me, Jack Cunningham, explained that the couple that Tapeworm had attacked had not survived their injuries. Wow, you really tore up that guy, Cunningham said. I felt sick to my stomach, but not because of the dull pain where I'd been stabbed, which was throbbing with infection that a cocktail of painkillers and antibiotics was battling. I looked away from him, trying to hide my shame. Then he grinned. Can't say he didn't deserve it, Cunningham said. No, God no, don't say that. Am I going to jail? I mumbled. This completely falls under self-defense, but you beat the guy to within an inch of his life, and he's probably going to end up in the funny farm, the detective said. This is what it took. This is what it takes before people who need it get sent someplace where they can't hurt others or themselves. Oh. I'll come back with more questions and paperwork, but you go on and heal up, hero. This is pretty cut and dry, he said, giving me a thumbs up on his way out. Friends and family drifted in and out over the next week, and even the pirate sent a card saying, Tape wasn't right in the head. Shame this happened. Get well soon, brother. He'd included a gift certificate for a big bottle of Honey Jacks. After I got out, I would frequently glance at the other homeless folk. No, not because I was afraid of being attacked, but looking for a scowl, a frown, a dirty look, something. Anything to validate how loathsome I felt. Nothing of the sort. Why couldn't people see in me what I know exists? I finally went back to my dorm, hand in hand with Cassandra in one, and the leash of the newly adopted Cocker Spaniel in the other. And after sitting down, I hammered this whole story out. The monster I mentioned when I began? No. It wasn't Tapeworm. Beating a handicapped man with no control over his actions got labeled a heroic act. It sure as hell doesn't feel heroic. The monster I referred to lives inside me. The hide to my Jekyll. I know, on the surface, that I'd never hurt the ones I love, even when angry. But a primal fear always hides deep down. Our brains are divided into many different parts. Know why you get a headache looking at optical illusions? That's your brain arguing over what it's seeing. Whatever part of my brain that monster lives in, I pray to all that's good and holy that it's never unleashed again. That's why I've gone back to counseling. Cassandra says she's proud of me for it. She's the only one I've ever told any of this to. Well, until now. And I'll tell you all what she told me. You're worth healing. You're worth helping. You're worth being happy. I implore you, friends, battle those demons in your soul, and don't do it alone. Once we graduate, I'm going to ask Cassandra to marry me. My tabletop game friends, Raoul and Mandy, gave me an engagement ring to give to her when the time's right. Well, I'm thinking Pismo Beach at the end of the pier, right when the moon is hovering over the ocean. Just not at a drive-in movie anytime soon. Beyond the 4 dimensions that man is aware of, there lies a mysterious fifth. It is a realm that is as big in size as the universe itself and as timeless as eternity. It rests between the depths of man's worries and the pinnacle of his knowledge, and is the nexus between light and gloom, science and superstition. Well, it is often said that dreams are the person's efforts to make some kind of subconscious understanding of the world that they lived that day. But what if dreams really do come true? Vivid by C.L. McClendon. It is 6 a.m. and I'm staring at the neon green glow of my clock that reminds me of this. I know that in 20 minutes that alarm will sound, and I'll have to peel myself from under this comforter and get ready for my day. My eyes pop open after trying to fall asleep. I hadn't wanted to just lay here all night, but I can't keep this up anymore. I haven't been able to sleep for the last 4 days, and the lack of rest is beginning to take a toll on me. My vision is blurry even with my glasses on. I have constant headaches. I'm not sure if that is from how tired I am or how much caffeine I've ingested to try and stay awake. I feel weak and my muscles ache, and I know I cannot sleep. Not as long as I might dream. Even from an early age, my dreams had always been vivid. If I had a nightmare, I would run to my parents' bed and dive under the covers with them. Then, at the age of 5, my father put a stop to that. He picked me up and put me back in my bed 100 times, if that's what it took. Well, I finally stopped going, no matter how much it frightened me, for I knew it would be pointless. At least once a week, I would be forced to return to my bed, shivering under my covers. At age 6, I had particularly realistic nightmares that led me to believe that some kind of alien creature was outside my window, waiting to abduct me. Well, I knew I couldn't stay in my room, but I also knew that if I were to run to my parents' bed, that I'd be sent back to more of my demons. So I did the only thing I could think of. I closed myself inside their bathroom that was right around the corner. I sat with my back to the door and made sure to leave the light on. My mother had to force her way in the next morning. No matter how much I pleaded, it never seemed to change anything. I finally grew up and learned to deal with my fears, and those dreams had nothing on the ones I came to know in the last week. Last Sunday night, I laid out all my clothes for the following day, as I always had. I shut out the lights and slid myself under my comforter and removed my glasses before turning over to kiss my wife goodnight. She was scrolling through her social media, as usual. She turned to me and told me she loved me. I returned the affection, then turned back to my side of the bed. I set my alarm for the next morning for 6:20 a.m. I would be sound asleep within minutes, something my wife could never understand about me. About 3 hours later, I leapt up from my back to gasp for air. Well, this quick jerk startled my wife, who'd just fallen asleep. I sat there wide-eyed, pouring sweat and trying to comprehend what I'd just seen with my mind, all while she was begging me to tell her what was wrong. I had a nightmare, I said quickly. About what? She asked as I finally caught my breath. I looked over at the clock to see it was now 1:15 a.m. In my dream, I woke up at 1:20 and William had climbed from his crib and got stuck under it. He was crying for us. I said with a quiver in my voice. That's not scary. Well, kind of weird, but not scary. Well, her voice sounded annoyed that I had awoken her. He was hurt when I got to him in the dream. Yeah, he had a cut over his eye. It was kind of freaking me out. You know how I always have those really vivid dreams? I almost snapped back at her tone. Look, just go back to... Her response was cut off as we heard our youngest son begin to scream. Well, I jumped up out from bed and rushed down the hall. My wife was right on my heels, and I almost vaulted over the baby gate and separated him from the rest of the house. I flicked on the light, and there under his crib was my 1-year-old little boy begging for help. I flicked on the light, and there under his crib was my 1-year-old. We pulled him from underneath, and sure enough, there was a scrape over his left eyebrow that oozed some red viscous liquid. My wife gasped and dipped into the bathroom in the hallway. She got a wet rag and brought it to me. We cleaned him up to see that the gash was long, but not very deep. No, he wouldn't need stitches. Well, it took about 15 minutes to calm him down and get him back to sleep. We turned out his light and returned to our room. As I went to lay back down, I noticed the clock read 1:35. It had been 1:20 when William fell. I felt a chill run up my spine at the thought of it, but I knew if I brought my wife's attention, then she'd just say it was a coincidence and tell me to go to bed. And so, I did just that and tried to put the thought to the back of my mind. I shuffled through my work the next day, as usual. Most of my time was spent in front of a computer, simply staring. I couldn't concentrate on work with visions of last night on repeat in my head. Before I knew it, the day had come to an end, and I was making my way back home. My wife and 2 sons sat down for dinner, as always. They spoke about their respective days, but their voices were simply murmurs in the back of my thoughts. I pushed my food around on my plate and tried to seem like I was paying attention. We finished, and as my wife cleaned the dishes, I made sure the boys were ready for bed. James was the oldest son by 5 years. It had taken my wife that long to convince me to have another. Well, she desperately wanted to have a daughter, but I told her I mustn't make little girls. She always scoffed at that. James was good about getting himself cleaned up and dressed for bed, and I'd be left to wrestle with William during bath time. He loved to splash around and play. We both needed a towel when he was done. I'd almost forgotten about the previous night while playing with him. Well, and his little ducks and boats and fish in the water. But the mark on his head pulled me back to reality. I tucked them both in with kisses and goodnights. One final, "I love you," came as I turned out the lights and pulled the door almost closed at each bedroom. Again, I prepared my clothes for the following day and found my way to bed where my wife was waiting. We said our goodnights. The only light remaining would be the dim glow of her cell phone. I would soon fall asleep while she was still awake behind me. I found myself sitting on a park bench of a nondescript park. The typical trees, grass, and various patrons. Some walk dogs and others play with children. I had that feeling of familiarity, but I couldn't seem to place it. I just sat there alone, watching everyone go about their fun. And then the normalcy was broken by the sound of squealing tires and crunching metal. I stood up and turned around to notice a horrible vehicular accident on the street just behind me. A semi-truck had buried itself deep into the side of an ambulance. The driver of the truck had obviously been very surprised by the incident. He sat shocked in the cab for a moment before putting himself into reverse. People from the park ran to check on the passengers of the emergency vehicle. But my body stood motionless during the whole spectacle. 3 men pried at the side doors, but they wouldn't budge, so they ran for the back. The bay doors of the ambulance finally gave way and everyone stumbled back at the sight. My dream shifted, and I was standing at the doors. You couldn't make out, but there had ever been people inside. Oh, it was a crimson-stained painting depicting viscera as the main focal point. It hung from the roof and instruments inside like garland at Christmas. As I jolted from sleep, the overwhelming urge to regurgitate what little bit of the spaghetti I'd consumed at dinner was unbearable. Well, I ran for the bathroom, and once my meal was all gone, I sat there on the cold tile wondering what had gone on. The entire nightmare had been so real that the odor of warm flesh and blood still permeated my nostrils. It took a good hour for me to return to sleep that night, hoping that would be the last of my dreams. Tuesday was much like the day before, but this time my head was filled with the gore of the previous night. I could barely concentrate, and my boss could tell. When he asked how I was doing, I simply told him, well, I hadn't slept well. He seemed to be concerned and sent me back home. I didn't protest because I could always use a day off, and I was still tired from the previous night. My wife was fairly surprised when I walked in at 3 o'clock. She looked at me with concern. "Everything all right?" Boss let me off early," I lied. She would dig deeper and I'd have to confess my secret. I didn't want to bring up last night's dread. I just gave her a nod and found my way to the bathroom. She called from the kitchen to let me know that James was home from school. I could hear the two talking before my wife stood outside the door. "Well, since you're home early, James thought we might go to the park," she hummed. I turned to face her and tried to hide my shock. Well, I resisted at first, but her prodding continued. And soon I had no choice but to join, and found myself sitting on a bench while my wife and two sons played. I'd check her over my shoulder, again and again. I had the strangest feelings, the kind that fills you with dread, those moments of uncertainty amidst a coming fate, those ones that dig at you and leave you agonizing as you wait. And then, out of nowhere, I heard sirens begin to blare. To my left came a white bus adorned with red lines and letters. The lights flashed rapidly as it sped down the street. My whole body turned to look at the adjacent street. There rolled the dark blue semi, just like in my dreams. Jumping from a bench, I started with a brisk walk that quickly turned into a sprint. Well, I wasn't sure what I would do when I reached the street, but I had to do something. I stopped at the sidewalk and waved my arms over my head. I hoped that the trucker could see me, but his face was turned down instead. The scene slowed down to nothing as I saw it on repeat. The chrome grille of the truck buried deep in the side of the emergency vehicle and shoved it a good 10 feet. People came running from all over, even my family. I quickly stopped them all and told them to just stand back. I knew what was to come, and that's something I couldn't let them be a part of. We rode home in silence. Didn't even look at my wife. Could feel her putting her daggers in me from the passenger seat. She'd seen me run out there shortly before, and I can only assume she wanted to know more. Well, she let me retire to our room and put the boys to bed. When she came in after me, well, she could tell I was shaken. I'd sat on the bed and not moved an inch. My face had turned as white as a sheet, and I didn't even look up as she came closer. Oh, she couldn't help but ask, "What happened today?" I finally looked up and had fear in my eyes. I wasn't sure how to answer without sounding insane. The whole thing made no sense. It was completely impossible. How could one person's dream become reality? The words came out without me truly thinking. "I knew what was going to happen today." Well, she seemed visibly shocked. "How could you have possibly known what would happen?" she quizzed. I detailed my entire dream of the night before. I told her that once I'd reached the park, I realized that was the same one from my nightmare. Her eyes came wide once I started drawing out details, and when she asked what I saw when I went to the doors, I simply said, "Oh, you don't want to know." We both laid in the dark, unable to shut our eyes. She out of worrying, myself from what I'd see once I did. I watched my clock for a few hours, and the last time I remember, it read 11:48. I found myself waking up every 30 to 40 minutes. I look at the clock and adjust myself in bed. God, I couldn't get comfortable, and I was afraid of what I might dream. I saw the neon numbers read 6 a.m, and I slid from my bed quietly amidst the dim light of dawn. My feet carried me down the hall and into the garage. I took a step down into it and over to my safe. I put in the combination and pulled down the latch. The door opened with a creak and rested at the side. Within was important paperwork, spare money, family heirlooms, and a .22 caliber rifle that had been passed down in my family for generations. I reached in, grabbing hold of the stock with one hand and a box of ammunition in the other. One round became chambered quickly, the bolt dropping in place. I dropped the rest to the floor before returning to the house. I left doors open as I crept across the floor. I stopped at James's bedroom door. Pushing it open with the barrel of that small hunting rifle, the sunlight passed through the curtains and landed gently on his sleeping face. In seconds I was standing over his bed, the muzzle pressed gently against the temple of his head. I released the safety, which caused him to wake up. "Daddy," James said with a tear in his eye. A click could be heard as my finger applied pressure to the trigger. At that very moment, my clock reached 6:20. My alarm wailed and jolted me awake. My heart wanted to run from my chest. Sweat welled up from each pore and puddled on the bed. I ran from my room, knocking over a chair as I found my way to his room. I forced open the door, and the sound woke up James. He screamed, not knowing what was happening. My wife came running after me to make sure everything was okay. She noticed the look in my eyes and started to back away. I swore to my son that everything was all right. I told him to lay back down, and I pulled the door closed. I couldn't escape the tirade of questions that would follow. My wife could not understand why I would startle our child like that. "What in the hell were you thinking?" she scolded. Her hands were on her hips and her brow furrowed deep. I could tell she was 2 seconds from laying a palm across my face. I'm sure the only reason she hadn't was because of what I'd endured at the park. My head hung low and I was unable to explain. How could I tell her I dreamt of killing our little boy? I simply shook my head and apologized. I did my best to prepare for work, but I had no idea how I was supposed to be productive with all this weighing on my mind. On Wednesday, I'd been sitting at my desk, barely doing any work for 3 hours, when my boss tapped me on the shoulder. When I turned around, he was accompanied by 2 uniformed police officers. They informed me that he had a couple of questions for me. I always thought they had you come downtown for things like this, but they simply had me sit down in a conference room at the end of the hall. "Mr. Thompson, we have reports that you were the first person to approach the scene of the accident yesterday afternoon," the larger of the 2 prodded. I reaffirmed this as he continued. "What exactly were you doing at the park?" "Well, I left early that day and my family wanted to spend some time together at the park," I answered hesitantly. The smaller one made notes on a pad at the corner of the table. "An eyewitness said you were trying to flag down the trucker right before the accident. I'm guessing the driver didn't see you." The question came as I thought of my dream. I responded in a matter-of-fact tone. That asshole wasn't paying attention. He was looking down at something on the floorboard." The 2 cops looked at each other and nodded. "Yeah, that's what we thought. Yeah, we just wanted to see if your side of the story matched up with the other reports we had. We're sorry for taking up your time. You have a nice day, Mr. Thompson," he said quickly before they both stood up and exited the room. I sighed and rested my head on the conference room table. Well, this was becoming more than I could stand. Why was this happening? What made my dreams come true? And then I realized that they didn't come true. I hadn't shot my son at all. Maybe it was all just a coincidence, and I was making this a bigger deal than it really should be. I just sat there with my head on the table. God, I was so tired, and soon I was snoring in the conference room. My eyes were focused on the room-height window of my office building. We operated out of the 8th floor of a 10-floor building, and I was standing between my cubicle and a co-worker's when I noticed an accountant that had been auditing us the past month come running by me. He had an office chair out in front of his body, and he moved at full speed right at the window. Before I could blink, the chair forced through the pane, and his body fell over top of it and out into the open air. I stepped to the edge and looked down at the mangled mass of what used to be a slightly balding, overweight 45-year-old man in a cheap suit. When I sat up in the conference room, I barely blinked. These visions had become so common now, it was starting to seem normal. I stood up from my chair to watch across the office. I waited and waited, but no man ran for the window. I decided to return to my desk and try to finish my day. I had only 30 minutes left before I could head back to my home, to my family, when a ruckus came from the back door of our floor. Papers flung down to the carpet as a mail cart was overturned in the fray. Within seconds, I was standing just outside my cubicle, and I was passed by the accountant again. The shattering glass made me flinch. I just stood across the room, staring at the open window. I didn't need to look down, because I knew what would be waiting for me if I did. I picked up my things and left the office without saying a word. I didn't go straight home. I pulled into a small pub down from the street where I work. I sat on the stool, and the bartender noticed the look on my face. He attempted to be social and asked if I wanted to talk about it. I shook my head and simply said, "Scotch on the rocks. Make it a double." The clinking of those frozen cubes was heard, and then the gurgle of that amber liquid filling the glass. It slid to me, and I finished it quickly. "Keep 'em coming," I said. He refilled my glass, and I sat there tossing them back and trying to find some kind of answer. Why had everything else come true but the gunshot? This question kept rolling through my head. And 5 drinks in, it finally hit me. I woke up before I shot James because I would never actually do that. I quickly paid my tab with a $50 bill and left the rest as a tip. The bar stool almost toppled. I left in such a hurry. I scrambled, shoving my hand down in my pocket for my phone. I stepped out of the door to look down at the screen. Well, it had been on silent, but I had 10 missed calls from my wife. I knew I was in trouble. It would be even in more if I came home smelling like a brewery. I called her back and let her know that I was okay. I also told her that I needed a ride because I'd been drinking. Well, she'd be quite happy to see me, I'm sure. She had to take the boys to her mother's house before driving 30 minutes to pick me up, and the annoyance was easy to read. I apologized again and again before telling her what I'd realized about my dreams. She didn't believe a word of my drunk rambling, and pretty much just told me to keep my mouth shut or she'd leave me to stumble my way home on foot. When I got home, I made a pot of coffee and drank almost the entire thing. My wife was so upset with me, she didn't even ask if I was coming to bed. She just left me in the kitchen sipping from my mug. I had to keep myself awake. That was the only solution. It'd be harder now that I'd taken down so much scotch, but I was determined. I tried not to sit still for too long and found little projects I hadn't finished to keep me busy. I replaced a couple of wall outlets I'd intended to change a couple of months ago. The car needed an oil filter. I knew that would keep me going for a bit. I reorganized my tools in the garage, but as I passed my safe, I kept my distance. I didn't even want to think about opening that anytime soon. The guest bath commode was clogged, so I got that draining. I worked through a month's worth of those honey-do lists that the wife had made me in one night. I was proud of myself when I turned off my alarm clock before it even sounded. I actually felt somewhat revitalized and got ready for work, gone in record time. Well, the next night would not be so easy. The newfound energy I had was from my body catching a second wind and being boosted from the caffeine. And when I crashed the following afternoon, I crashed hard. Oh, I could barely crack my eyes open, but I kept typing away at my computer. I had to keep my body moving or I would go to sleep. Come 5 o'clock, my boss stopped by my cubicle and looked down at my fingers just typing away. He stopped me and said, "John, are you sure you're okay?" Well, I looked down at my fingers as he held his hand over my palm to stop me. And then I looked up at the screen. I must stay awake. I had repeated over and over again for the first 1,000 words before it turned into a garble of nonsense. I'd filled pages and pages of a word processor document with absolute garbage. He helped me stand up and shut down my computer. He handed me my coat and told me it was time for me to go home. Oh, I was even escorted to my car. They must have been very worried. I barely spoke to my family when I got home. I know they said things to me, but it reminded me of the teacher from Charlie Brown. I just walked past them and went to my bedroom to change clothes. I stared at myself in the mirror, and I could tell just how tired I was. My eyes had started to sink in, and they were getting a purple hue. The white was almost covered in red crackled lines of veins, and they burned. Oh, my skin even seemed more wrinkled than normal. My fingers traced across the lines of my forehead and along my mouth. I almost didn't recognize myself, and I knew that I still had to find a way to stay awake tonight. Well, after 4 20-ounce cans of Red Bull, I was wired again. I started organizing and cleaning the whole house. When I ran out of things I could actively do at home, I grabbed my keys and drove down to a 24-hour convenience store. I brought back 3 5-gallon gas jugs and filled them up before heading back home. I placed them neatly by the back door of the garage. I would have plenty for yard work this weekend. I pushed the lawnmower out of the shed and began dismantling the carburetor. It had needed rebuilding anyway, and once I'd finished it, I pushed it over by the gas jugs. I went ahead and immediately filled the tank, then mixed the gas and oil mixture for my hedge trimmer. God, so many little things I'd put off that I now had plenty of time to do. I even rolled out the barbecue grill and prepped it for a Friday night. Oh, I could cook up some burgers to try and make up for how strange I'd been acting in the past few days. I came back inside just in time to turn off my alarm before it woke anyone up. I finished my work quickly the next day and sat tapping a pen against my desk while I watched the clock. As soon as it changed over to 5 o'clock, I was heading out of the door. I'm fairly certain I even sped the whole way home, trying to think of as many things I could to keep me awake. I rushed to the front door with keys in hand, but the door swung open before I could even unlock it. My wife stopped me at the front door and wore a look on her face that I don't think I'd ever seen before. Everyone knows that when a woman says, "We need to talk," it can't be about anything good. Well, she began telling me how unhappy she'd become with our situation. She detailed how much worse it had been this week. She kept telling me I was becoming more and more distant. I could tell where this was headed. I quickly apologized and explained I just hadn't been sleeping very well. I promised that I would make up for it this weekend. I told her I'd planned to grill burgers tonight. Well, she forced a half smile and gave me the benefit of the doubt, allowing me inside. We all sat outside and ate burgers. We joked and the boys played in the backyard. I tossed the ball back and forth with James, and for a while my world felt normal again, just the way it should be. I kept myself busy with the boys as long as possible, trying to hold on to the fantasy that I created with my family over the last few hours. God, I hoped that this could be an end to my nightmare. I knew I couldn't just tinker with projects all night after promising my wife to do better. I also knew that I couldn't go to sleep. I couldn't risk what kind of nightmares lay in store. So to appease my wife, I laid in bed next to her. I sat there watching the clock with my eyes wide until she fell asleep, and then I got up and kept myself busy. As soon as the sun started to rise, I went out to the yard to work on cleaning up trash, cutting the grass and trimming the hedges. That kept me busy for most of the day, and that afternoon I played with my sons all the way until bedtime. I would repeat this process of keeping my hands busy during the day with any minor fix I could think of around the home, and then spend as much time as possible with the boys at night. I even coaxed my wife into letting them stay up later, so that I could stay up later, but eventually she put her foot down and I had to put them to bed. I stood under the comforter and put it up to my ears. I turned toward the clock and waited. I watched as 9 o'clock became midnight. She was still playing on her phone, and I knew I couldn't get up until she fell asleep. I was cursing her in my head, because all I wanted to do was get up and move. Eventually she went to sleep, but she kept moving and made me believe she would wake up while I was working. But before I knew it, my eyes were drooping. They felt so heavy, and I wasn't sure how much longer I could keep them awake. And then it was 6 a.m., and I'm staring at the neon green glow of my clock that reminds me of this. I know that in 20 minutes that alarm will sound. I'll have to peel myself from under this comforter and get ready for my day. I feel my eyes close for a moment, fluttering in and out of sleep. When I couldn't take it anymore, I got up from under the blanket, but my wife didn't say a word. I crept down the hall and toward the back door of the kitchen. I would at least head out into the night air for some fresh air. I almost felt like I was going to suffocate laying in bed, and maybe the chill of the late hour would snap me back awake. I quickly pulled open the door and smiled slightly as the cool air brushed against my cheek. As soon as I exited the back door, my smile faded, the aroma of smoke breaking down my concentration. My eyes quickly darted to the back of the garage, where light flickered upon the ground. A stray ember from the grill had somehow ignited dry grass clippings that I had yet to tidy up. The grass was ablaze and headed for the canisters of gasoline. I rushed toward them, but before I could manage a rescue, they both had been consumed by fire. An explosion echoed throughout my neighborhood as my body was flung back almost 20 feet. The masonite siding lit up like the 4th of July before I could even scramble to my feet. The embers lapped at the walls and rolled in through breaking windows. The screaming of those I loved most was heard for a short time, before the sound was snuffed out by the smoke and flame. My eyes open wide, and it's 6 a.m. And once again, I'm staring at the neon green glow of my clock.
Beyond the 4 dimensions that man is aware of, there lies a mysterious fear.
It is a realm that is as big in size as the universe itself, and as timeless as eternity. It rests between the depths of man's worries and the pinnacle of his knowledge, and is the nexus between light and gloom, science and superstition. The Dead Man of Varley Grange. Hello, Jack. Where are you off to? Going down to the governor's place for Christmas? Jack Darrant, who was in my old regiment, stood drawing on his doeskin gloves upon the 23rd of December the year before last. He was equipped in a long ulster and top hat, and a hansom, already loaded with a gun case and portmanteau, stood awaiting him. He had a tall, strong figure, a fair, fresh-looking face, and the merriest blue eyes in the world. He had a cigarette between his lips, and late as was the season of the year, there was a flower in his buttonhole. Oh, when did I ever see handsome Jack Darrant, and he didn't look well-dressed and well-fed and jaunty. As I ran up the steps of the club, he turned round and laughed merrily. My dear fellow, do I look the sort of man to be victimized at a family Christmas meeting? Do you know the kind of business they have at home? 3 maiden aunts and a bachelor uncle, my eldest brother and his insipid wife, and all my sister's 6 noisy children at dinner. Church twice a day and snapdragon between the services. No, thank you. I have a great affection for my old parents, but you don't catch me going in for that sort of national festival. You irreverent ruffian, I replied, laughing. Ah, if you were a married man. Ah, if I were a married man, replied Captain Darrant with something that was almost a sigh, and then, lowering his voice, he said hurriedly, How is Miss Lester, Fred? My sister's quite well, thank you, I answered with becoming gravity, and it was not without a spice of malice that I added, She's been going to a great many balls and enjoying herself very much. Captain Darrant looked profoundly miserable. I don't see how a poor fellow in a marching regiment, a younger son too, with nothing in the future to look to, is ever to marry nowadays, he said almost savagely, when girls too are used to so much luxury and extravagance that they can't live without it. Matrimony is at a deadlock in this century, Fred, chiefly owing to the price of butcher's meat and bonnets. In 50 years' time it will become extinct, and the country will be depopulated. But I must be off, old man, or I shall miss my train. You've never told me where you're going to, Jack. Oh, I'm going to stay with old Henderson in Westonshire. He's taken a furnished house with some first-rate pheasant shooting for a year. There are 7 of us going, all bachelors and all kindred spirits. We shall shoot all day and smoke half the night. Oh, think what you have lost, old fellow, by becoming a Benedict. In Westonshire, is it? I inquired. Whereabouts is this place? What's the name of it? For I'm a Westonshire man by birth myself, and I know every place in the county. Oh, it's a tumble-down sort of old house, I believe, answered Jack carelessly. Gables and twisted chimneys outside, and uncomfortable spindle-leg furniture inside. You know the sort of thing. But the shooting is capital, Henderson says, and we must put up with our quarters. He's taken his French cook down, and plenty of liquor, so I've no doubt we shan't starve. Well, but what's the name of it? I persisted with a growing interest in the subject. Let me see. Referring to a letter he pulled out of his pocket. Oh, here it is. Varley Grange. Varley Grange? I repeated, aghast. Why, it's not been inhabited for years. I believe not, answered Jack unconcernedly. The shooting has been let separately, but Henderson took a fancy to the house too, and thought it would do for him, furniture and all, just as it is. Ah, my dear Fred, what are you looking so solemnly at me for? Jack, let me entreat of you not to go to this place, I said, laying my hands on his arm. Not go? Why, Lester, you must be mad. Why on earth shouldn't I go there? There are stories, uncomfortable things said of that house. I hadn't the moral courage to say, "It's haunted." And I felt myself how weak and childish was my attempt to deter him from his intended visit. Only I knew all about Varley Grange. I think handsome Jack Durrant thought privately that I was slightly out of my senses, for I'm sure I looked unaccountably upset and dismayed by the mention of the name of the house that Mr. Henderson had taken. "I dare say it's cold and draughty and infested with rats and mice," he said laughingly, "and I have no doubt the creature comforts will not be equal to Queen's Gate. But I stand pledged to go now, and I must be off this very minute, so have no time, old fellow, to inquire into the meaning of your sensational warning. Goodbye, and remember me to the ladies." He ran down the steps and jumped into the hansom. "Oh, write me if you have time," I cried out after him, but I don't think he heard me in the rattle of the departing cab. He nodded and smiled at me and was swiftly whirled out of sight. Well, as for me, I walked slowly back to my comfortable house in Queen's Gate. There was my wife, presiding at the little 5 o'clock tea table, our 2 fat, pink and white little children tumbling about upon the hearthrug amongst dolls and bricks, and 2 utterly spoilt and overfed pugs. Oh, and my sister Bella, who, between ourselves, was the prettiest as well as the dearest girl in all London, sitting on the floor in a handsome brown velvet gown, resigning herself gracefully to be trampled upon by the dogs, and to have her hair pulled by the babies. "Why, Fred, you look as if you've heard bad news," said my wife, looking up anxiously as I entered. "Well, I don't know that I've heard anything bad. I've just seen Jack Durrant off for Christmas," I said, turning instinctively towards my sister. He was a poor man and a younger son, and of course a very bad match for the beautiful Miss Lester. But for all that, I had an inkling that Bella was not quite indifferent to her brother's friend. "Oh," says that hypocrite, "shall I give you a cup of tea, Fred?" It is wonderful how women can control their faces and pretend not to care a straw when they hear the name of their lover mentioned. And I think Bella overdid it. She looked so supremely indifferent. "Where on earth do you suppose he's going to stay, Bella?" "Who? Oh, Captain Durrant. Oh, how should I possibly know where he's going? Archie, pet, please don't poke the doll's head quite down Ponto's throat. I know he'll bite it off if you do." This last observation was addressed to my son and heir. "Well, I think you'll be very surprised when you hear. He's going to Westonshire, to stay at Varley Grange." "What?" No doubt about her interest in the subject now. Miss Lester turned as white as her collar and sprang to her feet impetuously, scattering dogs, babies, and toys in all directions away from her skirts as she rose. "You can't mean it, Fred. Varley Grange, why, it hasn't been inhabited for 10 years. Oh, and the last time, do you remember those poor people who took it? Oh, what a terrible story it has." She shuddered. "Well, it is taken now," I said, "by a man I know called Henderson, a bachelor. He's asked down a party of men for a week's shooting, and Jack Durrant is one of them." "For heaven's sake, prevent him from going," cried Bella, clasping her hands. "My dear, he's gone." "Oh, then write to him. Telegraph. Tell him to come back," she urged breathlessly. "I'm afraid it's no use," I said gravely. "He would not come back. He wouldn't believe me. He would think I was mad." "Did you tell him anything?" she asked faintly. No, I had not time. I did say a word or two, but he began to laugh. "Yes, that's how it always is," she said distractedly. "People laugh and pooh-pooh the whole thing. Then they go there and see for themselves, and it's too late." She was thoroughly upset when she left the room. My wife turned to me in astonishment. Not being a Westonshire woman, she was not well up on the traditions of that venerable county. "What on earth does it all mean, Fred?" she asked me in amazement. "What's the matter with Bella? Why is she so distressed that Captain Durrant is going to stay in that particular house?" "Well, it's said to be haunted, and..." Well, you don't mean to say you believe in such rubbish, Fred? Interrupted my wife sternly, with a side glance of apprehension at our firstborn, who, needless to say, stood by, all eyes and ears, drinking in every word of the conversation of his elders. Well, I never know what to believe or what I don't believe, I answered gravely. All I can say is that there are very singular traditions about that house, and that a great many credible witnesses have seen a very strange thing there, and that a great many disasters have happened to the persons who've seen it. What's been seen, Fred? Pray tell me the story. Wait, I think I'll send the children away. My wife rang the bell for the nurse, and as soon as the little ones had been taken from the room, she turned to me again. I don't believe in ghosts or any such rubbish one bit, but I should like to hear your story. Well, the story's vague enough, I answered. In the old days, Varley Grange belonged to the ancient family of Varley, now completely extinct. There was, some 100 years ago, a daughter, famed for her beauty and her fascination. She wanted to marry a poor, penniless squire, who loved her devotedly. Her brother, Dennis Varley, the new owner of Varley Grange, refused his consent and shut his sister up in the nunnery that used to stand outside his park gates. There are a few ruins of it left still. Oh, the poor nun broke her vows and ran away into the night with her lover. But her brother pursued her and brought her back with him. The lover escaped, but the Lord of Varley murdered his sister under his own roof, swearing that no scion of his race should live to disgrace and dishonor his ancient name. Well, ever since that day, Dennis Varley's spirit cannot rest in its grave. He wanders about the old house at night time, and those who have seen him are numberless. Now and then the pale, shadowy form of a nun flits across the old hall, or along the gloomy passages, and when both strange shapes are seen thus together, misfortune and illness, and even death, is sure to pursue the luckless man who's seen them with remorseless cruelty. Oh, I wonder you believe in such rubbish, says my wife at the conclusion of my tale. I shrug my shoulders and answer nothing, for who are so obstinate as those who persist in disbelieving everything that they cannot understand. It was a little more than a week later that, walking by myself along Pall Mall one afternoon, I suddenly came upon Jack Darren walking towards me. "Hello, Jack. Back again? Why, man, how odd you look." There was a change in the man that I was instantly aware of. His frank, careless face now looked clouded and anxious, and the merry smile was missing from his handsome countenance. "Come into the club, Fred," he said, taking me by the arm. "I have something to say to you." He drew me into a corner of the club smoking room. "You were quite right. Oh, I wish to heaven I'd never gone to that house." "You mean, have you seen anything?" I inquired eagerly. "I have seen everything," he answered with a shudder. "They say one dies within a year." "Oh, my dear fellow, don't be so upset about it," I interrupted. I was quite distressed to see how thoroughly the man had altered. "Let me tell you about it, Fred." He drew his chair close to mine and told me his story, pretty nearly in the following words. "You remember the day I went down? You kept me talking at the club door, and I had to race to catch the train. However, I just did it. I found the other fellows all waiting for me. There was Charlie Wells, the two Halfords, old Colonel Riddell, he was such a crack shot, two fellows in the guards, both pretty fair, a man called Thompson, a barrister, Owen Henderson, and myself. 8 of us in all. We had a remarkably lively journey down, as you may imagine, and reached Varley Grange in the highest possible spirits. And we all slept like tops that night. The next day we were out from 11 till dusk among the coverts, and a better day's shooting I never enjoyed in the whole course of my life. The birds literally swarmed. We bagged 130 brace. We were all pretty well tired when we got home, and did full justice to a very good dinner and first-class Perrier jouet. After dinner we adjourned to the hall to smoke. Now, this hall is quite the feature of the house. It's dark and bright, panelled halfway up with sombre old oak, and vaulted with heavy carved oaken rafters. At the farther end runs a gallery, into which opened the door of my bedroom, and shut off from the rest of the passages by a swing door at either end. Well, all we fellows sat up there smoking and drinking brandy and soda, and jawing, as men always do when they're together, about sport of all kinds, hunting and shooting and salmon fishing. And I assure you, not one of us had a thought in our heads beyond relating some wonderful incident of a long shot or big fence, by which we could each cap the last speaker's experiences. We were just, I recollect, listening to a long story of the old Colonel's, about his experiences among bisons in Kashmir, when suddenly one of us, I can't remember who it was, gave a sort of shout and started to his feet, pointing up to the gallery behind us. We all turned around, and there, I give you my word of honour, Lester, stood a man leaning over the rail of the gallery, staring down upon us. And we all saw him, every one of us. 8 of us, remember. He stood there a full 10 seconds, looking down with horrible glittering eyes at us. He had a long tawny beard, and his hands that were crossed together before him were nothing but skin and bone. But it was his face that was so unspeakably dreadful. It was livid, the face of a dead man. How was he dressed? I could not see. He wore some kind of black cloak over his shoulders, I think, but the lower part of his figure was hidden behind the railings. Well, we all stood perfectly speechless for, as I said, about 10 seconds. And then the figure moved, backing slowly into the door of the room behind him, which stood open. It was the door of my bedroom. As soon as he disappeared, our senses seemed to return to us. There was a general rush for the staircase, and, as you may imagine, there was not a corner of the house that was left unsearched. My bedroom especially was ransacked in every part of it. But all in vain. There was not the slightest trace to be found of any living being. You may suppose that not one of us slept that night. We lighted every candle and lamp we could lay hands upon, and sat up till daylight, but nothing more was seen. The next morning at breakfast, Henderson, who seemed very much annoyed by the whole thing, begged us not to speak of it any more. He said that he'd been told before he'd taken the house that it was supposed to be haunted, but not being a believer in such childish follies, he paid little attention to the rumour. He did not, however, want it talked about because of the servants who would be so easily frightened. He was quite certain, he said, that the figure we'd seen last night must have been somebody dressed up to practice a trick upon us, and he recommended us all to bring our guns down loaded after dinner, but meanwhile to forget the startling apparition as far as we could. We, of course, readily agreed to do as he wished, although I do not think that one of us imagined for a moment that any amount of dressing up would be able to stimulate the awful countenance that we all had seen so plainly. It would have taken a Hare or an Arthur Cecil, with all the theatrical applicances known only to those 2 talented actors, to have made up that face that was literally that of a corpse. Such a person could not be amongst us, actually in the house, without our knowledge. Well, we had another good day's shooting, and by degrees the fresh air and exercise and the excitement of the sport obliterated the impression of what we'd seen in some measure from the minds of most of us. That evening we all appeared in the hall after dinner with our loaded guns beside us. But, although we sat up till the small hours and looked frequently up at the gallery at the end of the hall, nothing at all disturbed us that night. 2 nights thus went by, and nothing further was seen of the gentleman with the tawny beard. What with the good company, the good cheer, and the pheasants, we'd pretty well forgotten all about him. We were sitting as usual upon the 3rd night, with our pipes and our cigars. A pleasant glow from the bright wood fire in the great chimney lighted up the old hall, and a shed of genial warmth about us. when suddenly it seemed to me as if there came a cold breath, chill of air behind me, such as one feels when going down into some damp, cold vault or cellar. A strong shiver shook me from head to foot. Before I even saw it, I knew that it was there. It leant over the railing of the gallery and looked down at us all, just as it had done before. There was no change in the attitude or alteration in the fixed, malignant glare in those stony, lifeless eyes. No movement in the white and bloodless features. Below, amongst the 8 of us gathered there arose a panic of terror. 8 strong, healthy, well-educated 19th century Englishmen, and yet I am not ashamed to say that we were paralyzed with fear. Then one, more quickly recovering his senses than the rest, caught at his gun that leant against the wide chimney corner and fired. Well, the hall was filled with smoke, but as it cleared away, every one of us could see the figure of our supernatural visitant slowly backing, as he'd done on the previous occasion, into the chamber behind him, with something like a sardonic smile of scornful derision upon his horrible, death-like face. The next morning, it is a singular and remarkable fact that 4 out of the 8 of us received by the morning post, so they stated, letters of importance which called them up to town by the very first train. One man's mother was ill, another had to consult his lawyer, whilst pressing engagements, to which they could assign no definite name, called away the other 2. There were left in the house that day but 4 of us: Wells, Bob Hartford, our host, and myself. Well, a sort of dogged determination not to be worsted by a scare of this kind kept us still there. The morning light brought a return of common sense and natural courage to us. We could manage to laugh over last night's terrors whilst discussing our bacon and kidneys and hot coffee over the late breakfast in the pleasant morning room, with the sunshine streaming cheerily in through the diamond-paned windows. "It must be a delusion of our brains," said one. "Our host's champagne," suggested another. "A well-organized hoax," opined a third. "I will tell you what we'll do," said our host. "Now that those other fellows have gone, and I suppose we don't any of us believe much in those elaborate family reasons which have so unaccountably summoned them away, we 4 will sit up regularly at night, for night after night, and watch this thing, whatever it may be. I do not believe in ghosts. However, this morning I have taken the trouble to go out before breakfast to see the rector of the parish, an old gentleman who's well up in all the traditions of the neighbourhood, and I've learnt from him the whole of the supposed story of our friend of the tawny beard, which, if you will, I will relate to you." Henderson then proceeded to tell us the tradition concerning the Dennis Varley who murdered his sister, the nun, a story which I will not repeat to you, Lester, as I see you know it already. The clergyman had furthermore told him that the figure of the murdered nun was almost sometimes seen in the same gallery, but this was a very rare occurrence. When both the murderer and his victim are seen together, terrible misfortunes are sure to assail the unfortunate living man who sees them, and if the nun's face is revealed, death within the year is the doom of the ill-fated person who has seen it. "Of course," concluded our host, "I consider all these stories to be absolutely childish. At the same time, I cannot help thinking that some human agency, probably a gang of thieves or housebreakers, is at work, and that we shall probably be able to unearth an organized system of villainy by which the rogues, presuming on the credulity of the persons who've inhabited the place, have been able to plant themselves securely among some secret passages and hidden rooms in the house, and have carried on their depredations undiscovered and unsuspected. Now, will all of you help me to unravel this mystery?" We all promised readily to do so. It is astonishing how brave we felt at 11 o'clock in the morning. What an amount of pluck and courage each man professed himself to be endued with. How lightly we jested about the old boy with the beard, and what jokes we cracked about the murdered nun. "Oh, she'd show her face oftener if she was good-looking. No fear of her looking at Bob Harford. He was too ugly. Well, it was Jack Darrant who was the showman of the party. She'd be sure to make straight for him if she could. He was always run after by the women, and so on, till we were all laughing loudly and heartily of our own witticisms. Well, that was 11 o'clock in the morning. At 11 o'clock at night, we could have given a very different report of ourselves. At 11 o'clock at night, each man took up his appointed post in solemn and somewhat depressed silence. The plan of our campaign had been carefully organized by our host. Each man was posted separately, with about 30 yards between them, so that no optical illusion, such as an effect of firelight upon the oak panelling, nor any reflection from the circular mirror above the chimney-piece, should be able to deceive more than one of us. Our host fixed himself in the very centre of the hall, facing the gallery at the end. Wells took up his position halfway up the short, straight flight of steps. Harford was at the top of the stairs upon the gallery itself. I was opposite to him at the further end. In this manner, whenever the figure, ghost or burglar, should appear, it must necessarily be between two of us, and be seen from both the right and the left sides. We were prepared to believe that one amongst us might be deceived by his senses or by his imagination, but it was clear that two persons could not see the same object from a different point of view, and be simultaneously deluded by any effect of light or any optical hallucination. Each man was provided with a loaded revolver, a brandy and soda, and a sufficient stock of pipes or cigars to last him through the night. We took up our positions at 11 o'clock exactly, and waited. At first we were all four very silent and, as I've said before, slightly depressed. But as the hour wore away and nothing was seen or heard, we began to talk to each other. Talking, however, was rather a difficulty. To begin with, we had to shout. Well, at least we in the gallery had to shout to Henderson, down in the hall. And though Harford and Wells could converse quite comfortably, I, not being able to see the latter at all from my end of the gallery, had to pass my remarks to him second-hand through Harford, who amused himself in misstating every intelligent remark that I entrusted him with. Added to which, natural impediments to the flow of the soul, the elements thought fit to create such a hullabaloo without that conversation, was rendered still further a work of difficulty. I never remember such a night in all my life. The rain came down in torrents. The wind howled and shrieked wildly amongst the tall chimneys and the bare elm trees without. Every now and then there was a lull, and then, again and again, a long sobbing moan came swirling round and round the house, for all the world like the cry of a human being in agony. It was a night to make one shudder, and thank heaven for a roof over one's head. We all sat on our separate posts hour after hour, listening to the wind and talking at intervals. But as the time wore on insensibly, we became less and less talkative, and a sort of depression crept over us all. At last we relapsed into a profound silence. Then suddenly there came upon us that chill blast of air, like a breath from a charnel house, that we had experienced before, and almost simultaneously a hoarse cry broke from Henderson in the body of the hall below, and from Wells halfway up the stairs. Harford and I sprang to our feet, and we saw it too. The dead man was slowly coming up the stairs. He passed silently up with a sort of still, gliding motion, within a few inches of poor Wells, who shrank back, white with terror, against the wall. Henderson rushed wildly up the staircase in pursuit, whilst Harford and I, up on the gallery, fell instinctively back at his approach. He passed between us. We saw the glitter of his sightless eyes, the shriveled skin upon his withered face, the mouth that fell away, like the mouth of a corpse, beneath his tawny beard. We felt the cold, death-like blast that came with him, and the sickening horror of his terrible presence. Oh, can I ever forget it? With a strong shudder, Jack Derrent buried his face in his hands and seemed too much overcome for some minutes to be able to proceed. "My dear fellow, are you sure?" I said in an awestruck whisper. He lifted his head. "Forgive me, Lester. The whole business has shaken my nerves so thoroughly that I've not been able to yet get over it. But I have not yet told you the worst." "Good heavens, is there worse?" I ejaculated. He nodded. "No sooner," he continued, "had this awful creature passed us than Harford clutched at my arm and pointed to the farther end of the gallery. "Look!" he cried hoarsely. "The nun!" There, coming towards us from the opposite direction, was the veiled figure of the nun. There were the long, flowing black and white garments, the gleam of the crucifix at her neck, the jangle of her rosary beads from her waist, but her face was hidden. A sort of desperation seized me. With a violent effort over myself, I went towards this fresh apparition. "It must be a hoax," I said to myself, and there was a half-formed intention in my mind of wrenching aside the flowing draperies and of seeing for myself who and what it was. I strode towards the figure. I stood within half a yard of it. The nun raised her head slowly, and, Lester, I saw her face. There was a moment's silence. "What was it like, Jack?" I asked him presently. He shook his head. "That I can never tell to any living creature." "Was it so horrible?" He nodded assent, shuddering. "And what happened next?" "Oh, I believe I fainted. At all events, I remembered nothing further. They made me go to the vicarage next day. I was so knocked over by it all, I was quite ill. I could not have stayed in the house. I stopped there all yesterday, and I got up to town this morning. I wish to heaven I had taken your advice, old man, and never gone to that horrible house." "I wish you had, Jack. I wish you had," I answered fervently. "Do you know that I shall die within the year?" he asked me presently. I tried to pooh-pooh it. "Oh, my dear fellow, don't take the thing so seriously as all that. Whatever may be the meaning of these horrible apparitions, there can be nothing but an old wives' fable in that saying. Why on earth should you die? You, of all people, a good strong fellow with a constitution of iron. You don't look much like dying." "For all that, I shall die. I cannot tell you why I am so certain, but I know that it will be so," he answered in a low voice. "And some terrible misfortune will happen to Harford. The other two never saw her. It is he and I who are doomed." Well, a year has passed away. Last summer, fashionable society rang for a week or more with the tale of poor Bob Harford's misfortune. The girl whom he was engaged to and to whom he was devotedly attached, young, beautiful, and wealthy, ran away on the eve of her wedding day with a drinking, swindling villain who'd been turned out of ever so many clubs and tabooed for ages by every respectable man in town, and who had nothing but a handsome face and a fascinating manner to recommend him, and who, by dint of these, had succeeded in gaining complete ascendancy over the fickle heart of poor Bob's lovely fiancée. As to Harford, he sold out and went off to the backwoods of Canada, and has never been heard of since. And what of Jack Derrent? Poor, handsome Jack, with his tall figure and his bright, happy face, and the merry blue eyes that had wiled Bella Lester's heart away. Alas, far away in southern Africa, poor Jack Derrent lies in an unknown grave, slain by a Zulu assegai on the fatal plain of Isandula. And Bella goes about clad in sable garments, heavy-eyed and stricken with sore grief, a widow in heart, if not in name. Beyond the 4 dimensions that man is aware of, there lies a mysterious fifth. It is a realm that is as big in size as the universe itself, and as timeless as eternity. It rests between the depths of man's worries and the pinnacle of his knowledge, and is the nexus between light and gloom, science and superstition. The Gulag was the government agency in charge of the Soviet network of forced labor camps, which were set up by the order of Vladimir Lenin, reaching its peak during Joseph Stalin's rule from the 1930s to the early 1950s. Life was a day-to-day struggle, hour to hour in many cases. Hunt in the Gulag by Black Persephone. They were horribly wretched things. My days usually begin and end with seeing them. The Dokhod Yaga, or the Goners, were located on the other side of the barbed wire as I walked by. Almost all of these people had large sores on their bodies, missing teeth, glassy eyes, and a strange and inhuman appearance to their faces. They all stank worse than the normal prisoner, as they had no control over their own bowels and bladders. Their erotic clothes were drenched in excrement. Some of them were raving and wailing incoherently, while others were dazed and night-blind, arms stretched out as they continually bumped into everything in their pathways. A couple of them were not moving, bodies stiff along the cold ground, a clear indication that life left them not too long ago. I've seen them for a few months now, when it was still difficult to get used to. What makes it even worse is the constant reminder that it could easily be your own fate at any time. I shudder and rub my arms for self-comfort, eagerly anticipating some soup. Well, not so much soup. It's some sort of mystery mush floating in salty water. Maybe if I'm incredibly lucky, I'll get a decent-sized piece of bread. I'm pretty sure I met my quota for the day. Well, I sort of cheated here and there. So far, no one is the wiser. I hear the guards speak in their usual sharp and aggressive tone. I carefully line up behind the other women in my brigade, eyes blinking in growing exhaustion from the exceptionally long workday. 16 hours, and I'm still 2 weeks away before I get my monthly Sunday off. I take a deep breath and let out a sigh. Just don't think about it. Just don't think about it. Well, at least this morning we weren't made to undress and have our bodies be thoroughly investigated. Oh, soup. The cook hands me a raggedy wooden bowl filled with liquid and chunks, a morsel of dark dry bread and a mug of water. No spoon. It was late in the evening, a bit too late for a conventional dinner time, but the commandant wanted us to keep going to cover some sort of, well, I don't know. We just needed to work a little extra today and bypass our usual meal break. I was starving as usual, to say the least. The food is never enough here to truly survive by, unless of course you prove yourself to be an exceptional worker. But even then, the more successful you are, the more they think the quotas can be raised. It's a never-ending cycle. Even the strongest and most eager end up collapsing at some point. I nestle into my tiny little area inside a very humble home. The other female convicts were on their way inside the barracks as well, the vast majority political prisoners like myself, shuffling into their officially owned territory. There wasn't a lot of space in our shack, and we looked like chaotic sardines in a tin can. The bunk beds had at least 3 women each, and the floors had scattered human bodies everywhere in makeshift blankets. There was an attempt to be clean, but it was still filthy. Well, there aren't a lot of options for toilets and washing. I take a sip of my soup carefully. At least we didn't have to live with the men. Apparently their world was so much more rough and dangerous. Well, granted, not that this was the high life, but at least my comrades, I'm technically not allowed to use that title with others, as we ceased existing as proper comrades, but they can't control my head now, can they? Well, at least they were decent enough girls and women. A lot of them arrived here for similar reasons as I. They were late for work too many times. They said something they shouldn't have said. They were accused of being spies for such and such countries. They were married or a child of a well-known arrestee. They were visiting foreigners, and so on and so on. I said something negative against the Soviet system, and an acquaintance reported me. Lo and behold, after a month of interrogation, another month stuffed in a cattle car, here I am located in this wasteland receiving 10 years as punishment. All in all, we are enemies of the people, mentally and socially poisonous and dangerous, worse than rapists, robbers, and murderers. Well, those are the physical crimes, in comparison, as the state calls it, and thus easier to rehabilitate and understand. We have lesser rights than they do in the camp world. Oh, NKVD can go fuck themselves. And Joseph. Some of my comrades were still infatuated or in denial, but I wasn't. No, I knew. The rest of the women in our population, though not as many in number, were prostitutes and thieves. Usually affiliated with the male gangs, the former were much lower in the hierarchy than the latter. They usually kept to themselves, and I was fine with that, as I had no interest in indulging in their unique and incredibly harsh world. Though one must still be careful with the thieves. They'll obviously take your items from you. These days, socks, sweaters, utensils, and other everyday items were worth their weight in gold. I looked down at my empty bowl. Finished already. I carefully scraped the bowl with my fingers, itching to get any sort of little slip of remaining soup. I stood up from my spot, deciding to head out for a bit. It's becoming very stuffy in here, and despite already having fresh air all day, I wanted to go back outside. Besides, with winters lasting 10 or so months here, I might as well take advantage of the reasonable weather. I step out and look around. There was some lighting here and there thanks to the odd bulb dangling on wires, but it was otherwise fairly dark. I can see the menacing towers in the distance where the night guards were watching over us. I can see some other women in the distance, chatting with each other. Some of them older women, some of them adolescents, others in between, wearing various shabby clothing as their main attire. Many of the clothes were leftovers of the day they first got arrested, whereas the others were given poorly fitted uniforms back during their interrogation days in a formal prison. Everyone had their hair tucked away under a scarf, and everyone equally looked pale and gaunt. They were talking about basic things, as one usually does in this environment. I joined in the conversations, discussing food, little details about the old family life, who's in the punishment cell, who got pregnant, who died today, who were the lucky few that became seamstresses or kitchen staff instead of loggers or miners, as it guaranteed extra food, shelter, and privacy. And later, dark humor comes in, a regular method of coping with a hellish circumstance. We really wanted to talk about other things, like politics, history, and more details about the current events of the outside world. But, well, that's much too risky. I suddenly hear this cry in the distance, followed by sharp, piercing laughter. The women glance around nervously, trying to find the direction of the sound. A few seconds later, the realization dawned on one of them. "Oh no! Oh no!" one of the women says, face dripping with severe tension. "What is it? What's that?" As I say that, there was a banging sound echoing through the darkness. "We have to go. We all have to go inside right now." My stomach sank. What's going on? God, is this what I think it is? Male voices are heard, catcalling followed by insulting commentary. It was faint, but still very powerful in their intentions and determination. "We are coming for you, whores. Ready for some fun?" I get it now. the organized criminal gangs managing to successfully band together even in these dreaded labor camps. A reputation for being brutal and cruel, they're the prisoners associated with the purely so-called physical crimes. Trademark tattoos riddled their bodies, each individual mark signifying their own symbolic and sinister meanings. Oh, I've heard about this happening frequently. It's beyond the simple everyday notion of the occasional harassment or having informal camp husbands as protection. I was informed about the case of 100 young girls being brutally attacked on a cargo ship by the thugs who broke down their room, killing the good men who tried to protect them. And there are various accounts from other camps that women are often hunted by these criminals for... I didn't hesitate and quickly followed the other women back into our building. "Won't the guards stop them or something?" I asked. Another woman snorted in response. They hardly ever intervene in these cases. We slam the door shut and proceed to look around to try and find something to barricade it. Well, it wasn't like our barrack was a mighty stone fortress, just a building containing old logs and rickety windows. In any case, it was worth a fight, and we managed to shove beds against the available doors. Next was the windows, which we tried to seal with planks of wood that were meant to be for a future fire. I was actually worried about the criminal women among us. What if they're working with the gangs during a moment like this? What if they help them? I carefully glanced over at their faces, and they actually looked as worried as we were. One of them started to weep. I'm then reminded of the simple fact that, even though they might be members, the criminals still view their own women as less than dirt. This was a surprise to them, different than being aware of something ahead of time. So, we waited. For about a minute there was silence, and then the voices reappeared in the distance, laughing and shrieking. We do have walls surrounding us, so they still have to get over that. There were other shelters nearby, and I sincerely hoped that the other prisoners had taken some sort of measures to protect themselves. I slipped myself against a corner, taking long, deep breaths to calm myself down. Everyone was as silent as I was, for obvious reasons. I rubbed my hands together, wanting to do some sort of spiritual reaction, but as that sort of thing was also banned and targeted, I wasn't able to put the kind of words together that I wanted. Oh, what was it? Deliver us from evil. Something about bread, peace, and judging bad dead people. Wait, I think I might be combining two different ones together. There was another noise in the distance, something I wasn't able to put my finger on. Creaking? Crashing? Whatever it might be, it was a clear indication of one thing. Their attempt was successful. I hear more catcalling, and more random speeches. I couldn't understand everything that was being said in their cheers and chants, as their slang language was different from the other natives and citizens, but it still sounded menacing. Swear words, threats, what will happen to our bodies after they'd had their way? How many we'll get each? Apparently some of them had knives, others clubs. That much I can at least get the basic gist of. Their voices were getting closer, and then I hear the sound of a woman screaming in fear and then quickly turning into stark agony. I wanted to weep for the poor soul who, for whatever reason, was still out there. It didn't take long for the screaming to finally stop. A few more minutes go by before one voice belches out saying how he successfully cut off a very intimate part of her body and was showing it off. Footsteps. Footsteps that were quickly coming closer and closer to our building. The way they were moving, it sounded like they were surrounding it. I couldn't help but swear under my breath, oh, if those bastards managed to get in here, I'm going to destroy them the best that I could. Hello, pretties. Pretties. Come on now, pretties, open the door. His voice was gruff and deep, heavily accented in their standard form. A knock on the door. Might as well get it over with. This time they started kicking one of the doors. The door was shaking off dust as it vibrated against the bed that pressed against it. Some of the women yelped in terror, others started sobbing, and some start swearing and telling them to go away. The thugs continued trying to smash down the door, all the while a few other members were whisking back and forth in front of the windows, their peeking shadows dancing inside the walls of our barracks. I ended up hearing some strange scratching sound near my head. No question of one of them trying to use a knife. The more you try to resist, the more we will mess up your fucking faces after. Saw you in half while you're still alive. My hands over my ears, desiring to block out their unsolicited noises and rantings. How long until everything breaks down and they come in? How many are out there anyway? If I were to guess, maybe a minimum of 5, maximum of 15. I'm not sure. My brain is so tired it's hard to think about numbers. I used to be so good at math and philosophy at university, but that was taken away from me too. There was some rustling. I think I heard something about a fire. Oh shit, are they going to try and burn us out? Please, please let the guards do something about this. There was some more banging, and a woman screams into her right hand as the left clutches her chest. But afterward, the banging eventually ceases, and you can hear the footsteps slowly fade away. Are they really giving up? Did we do it? All of us stood motionless, aware that jumping into conclusions too soon would likely be our own undoing. Some time goes by. I have no idea how much. They could be waiting nearby, hoping we'd let our guard down and tiptoe back outside to investigate. Fat chance. We were staying in here for the rest of the night, assholes. Everybody's bodies start to relax a little, and the idea of sleep is finally touching upon us. I stretch out my legs slightly. So, that was my first attack. I've been lucky so far, with few forced propositions and exchange deals. My head falls back towards the wall and I look up towards the ceiling. A tiny hole was spotted, with a small glimpse of a star in the nighttime sky. Screams. Loud screams, once more in the distance, and all of us jerk up in shock. The screams were varied and mixed, most of them women, then some possibly children. One appears to be the sound of a young man. Was that their calf? No. They were secret wannabe gang victims meant for a future meal, so it can't be that. A camp husband who sneaked his way in earlier? The screams were now louder and drawn out, absolutely blood-curdling. We hear thumps, screeching, running, and laughter. They got to the other barracks. An older woman speaks in a hushed and solemn tone. We jump up slightly when we hear something being thrown against our outside wall. It was a sickening sound, hard yet wet sounding at the same time. We were forced to endure the sound for some time, until finally a dated loudspeaker started to boom across the territory.
That is enough now. Stop. You've had your fill.
It was a somewhat serious voice, but there was also something vaguely casual and nonchalant about it. And the horrifying sounds resume.
I said, enough.
Last names of staff were quickly listed.
Go attend to the situation immediately.
You can hear some whistles and shouting, followed by the odd gunshot. But it was a mix of relief and pure anger over their delay in handling the hell that had just transpired. All the commotion, both close by and far off, eventually begins to die down. The booming voice of the commandant then tells his other men to proceed piling up some of the bodies. Don't worry about burial tonight. We'll wait until tomorrow morning so the surviving prisoners can do it. I crinkle my nose. My first week here, I had to assist in burying hundreds of decomposing bodies in permafrost. It didn't matter if it was warmer outside nowadays. The ground was still impossible to work with. The best that was done was throwing rocks and snow on top of them. My mind quickly shifted to sorrow. I wanted to weep and mourn for everyone, to cry on behalf of the injustice, to tell the world someday. I was exhausted, but sleep was not kind to me that night. Early morning came swiftly, and roll call was carried out. I lined up outside with the other women, groggy and depressed, carefully shifting an eye towards our building. It had scratches and splinters all over it. Surprising now that it actually stood up the way it did. I noticed a blotch of blood on the side of the wall, and as my eyes traveled toward the ground, I noticed the torso of a human. The eyes were wide in shock, hands curled up, hair blooded and matted, with something stuffed in her mouth. I think I recognized her, a French woman. We met briefly, and I helped her translate something in Estonian and Russian. I darted my head away and closed my eyes. The guard demands that we scatter and start picking up what needed to be picked up. Here's an old cart. Do your duty, then head straight towards the forest, he says. Anyone who resists or disobeys is immediately executed, he says. That last threat was a normal one. After it's done, breakfast may be given as usual. I shuffle my way over to a rickety cart, lifting it up slowly and carefully. I push the cart by the usual goners, ironically the ones seemingly untouched by the whole ordeal, their movements swaying about in a melancholy and eerie motion nearby. Just 9 years and 6 months to go. Just 9 years and 6 months to go. Just 9 years and 6 months to go. 2 years is the average before one perishes. The daily fight for life is fought hour by hour. In my head, I'll constantly tell myself, this is not the hour I will die.
Hey there. Thank you so much for taking the time to drop by and listen to this story today. It really means a lot to me. I put a lot of time and effort into making these videos, so it's nice to know that there's someone out there listening. Do me a little favor, would you? Click that like button, leave a comment, and if you really feel like it, why not subscribe too? Okay, happy tales everyone. See you soon.